And welcome back again to another episode of ThoughtRiot Podcast, your favorite true crime and criminal culture talk show.
Episode 40.
Episode 40. What?
That may be a bit confusing to people who, haven't been here the whole time. We should probably just say, we were kind of figuring out what we were going to do with the podcast in the beginning. So a lot of the episodes are taken down just because they were mostly political stuff, and we just don't even want to be a part of that. We're going full true crime, have been doing it for a little bit now, and we like it. It's working out well. Yeah. So this is a true crime podcast.
Yeah, and this is technically episode 10 since we have gone full true crime. And honestly, the stories we were covering, we were essentially like a variety show. And we did a lot of politics because I enjoy politics a lot. I know you were starting to pick up on some of the politics too. But we tried to cover what was going on in society, a real-life topic, a political topic, and a true crime topic. But honestly, we got so much enjoyment and so much conversation from the rest of our viewers and everything around the true crime stuff that we just wanted to focus on that, It became like a pain in the butt to look up these other topics, and we just looked forward to looking up the true crime topics. So we made the decision going full time, and honestly, it has been super fun. Our viewers and community has been amazing, and I enjoy it way more.
I do too. So yeah, that's just like a quick little PSA for anybody listening and wondering.
Yes. And one thing that I did want to say too is, in the past few days, we dropped the Dr. Moore stories, part 1 and part 2. They were over 2 separate podcast recordings, but on YouTube, we cut them up and released them back to back, and I think we actually said we were going to do that in the podcast too. But we had a ton of response from that, and it was a really good couple of premieres and some really good live streams, and We dug kind of deep, but when you compare it to some of the other content creators out there, there's a lot that really focus in and hone in on one story and go deep. And, we had Truth and Transparency reach out to us, and they have been focusing on the Dr. Moore case very, very, very heavily. They believe that the wife did it, and they're currently working on proving that the wife did it. So they reached out to us and were like, hey, I love that you covered these topics. It's always great to have more people covering this because it means more eyes on it, and it makes it more likely that we're going to get justice for these cases. So I just wanted to be able to give them a shout out and say, if you guys are interested in going even deeper, watching body cam footage and really getting down to the nitty gritty and trying to find every little grain of sand and detail, check out Truth and Transparency. They are incredible. You know who they are.
Yeah, I do. Lana?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes, absolutely. So if you want to go deeper on that story, I suggest you check them out. And high five to you guys. Keep doing the good work.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Now, going into the normal podcast rundown stuff, we are ThoughtRiot Podcast. My name is Brendan.
And I'm Malia.
And she is Malia. And we are honest, intelligent, unscripted, and interesting conversations, bringing information we get and following it to wherever it leads, holding nothing back, and sharing brutal honesty with you, the viewer, the entire time. We censor nothing.
And talk about everything.
You almost forgot.
I did almost forget.
That was funny. But welcome to the show, you guys. We'll just quickly go through the normal stuff. Our Discord invite, I've been trying to get in the habit of posting it on the videos, on the live streams and stuff like that, so we can continue building that community. Where we continue the conversation, and we're on all the social medias, Twitter, TikTok, Facebook, Twitch. YouTube is really where we do most of our conversation with our community. That's where we do the live streams. I know those get posted to the other platforms as well, but if you want to engage in the conversation, if you want to take part in the premieres and us hopping on there and digging into things a little bit further, I really suggest that you check out YouTube, at least to stay updated on when premieres are coming. We're going to have a new premiere coming out this Monday around the Northwestern Slasher, which we actually covered as a topic last week, so you guys will be hearing it a couple weeks late now, but that just gives you an example of some of the topics that we cover, you know. They tend to be the hottest topics out, so that people are interested in giving and sharing information, and we can continue that knowledge together. So yeah. Oh, one thing, we did get our Patreon opened up, and we don't have much on there, but we had a couple people join already, which is incredible, and we thank all of you for all the members on YouTube and the people joining on Patreon. We are slowly working on filling those memberships up with goodies and the Patreon support up with goodies. So keep an eye out for that, and we appreciate all of you a ton.
Yeah, thank you so much. The support is amazing.
It is amazing. Did we miss any updates? The live? You want to give the live info?
Yeah, so we go live on YouTube. Twitch too. Just understand that if you're tuning in on Twitch, the action's really happening on YouTube. So we will pay attention and, you know, comment back. We pay attention to all the chats, but YouTube is like, that's where the most people are, so that's where the most attention is directed. But we go live 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. Central Standard Time, Sunday, Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday, every single week. We are there.
Yes, and just a heads up, if you see me leaning off camera more than normal tonight, my nose is driving me insane. I don't know if it's allergies.
Well, you know,
I don't know if my nose addiction, my nose spray addiction, I don't know what it is, but my nose is killing me.
Brian Hoffman, which he's an awesome chatter in our live streams, sent us an email about Flonase, a link for you to buy it so that you can get off of the Afrin.
Okay. I will have to check that out.
It's like an allergy nose spray. It's going to help reduce swelling, I think, while you're getting off of that. And I don't think it causes the rebound effect that you're dealing with right now.
Oh, that would be awesome. Super awesome. Mm-hmm. Man.
Yeah, Mike also suggested it too. Anyway, guys, don't use Afrin, and if you do, use it according to the directions, where you use it literally for only like 1, 2, or 3 days, and then stop. Or else you will have the worst swelling in your nose ever and will not be able to stop using it.
Yeah, I just suggest that you don't start using it at all. I started using it.
I don't want to go against a company's product, though.
We aren't going against any specific company.
I know, but I said Afrin. Afrin is the brand name, so I just don't want to be like...
I don't even use
for them
Afrin.
to come sue us. Like, you just said on your platform, nobody use Afrin. Just use it according to the directions. If you use it according to the directions, what's happening to you right now won't happen.
Yeah. No, that's true. But if you're like me and you use things like that without reading every single detail in the directions, I would just say stay away from them. And I don't even use Afrin, so that's not even a problem here.
You do. You use the generic.
Well, I just know I don't use Afrin, so...
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, are we ready to move on to headline true crime breaking news?
Yes, true crime breaking news of the week. And I figured we could give a little bit of a rundown of what that is since we kind of updated our thumbs that we're using. Each week, we pull out these stories during the breaking news section that are brand new. Normally, they've only been out for a couple hours. Like, they are truly breaking news.
Like Carly Russell, I literally pulled that like literally an hour after it happened, and we were here recording, and then just
blew up.
That whole situation just unfolded in the craziest way. I didn't expect that.
Yeah.
I did not expect that. I just saw this missing girl, a toddler on the side of the road, and I was like, oh my gosh, we need to get this information out there, like ASAP. Yeah. And I was trying to be helpful, and everyone else in the world apparently was trying to be helpful with it too.
Yeah, absolutely. But
that dang Carly.
I know. We haven't heard anything else about her. I wonder what's going on.
In hiding.
I mean, she has to be. We called that when we were talking about it.
Yeah.
That, like, she screwed herself up for at least the next decade. She is not going to be able to get a job. She is not going to be able to get into colleges. She's not going to be able to do any of that. She is now a liability. Period.
Literally to everybody. I know. It's horrible. Good thing she came from a rich family, though.
Right. But anyway, so these are the breaking news stories, and at most, they'll probably only be released a few days behind, maybe like 4 or 5 at the very most, because we release them in the morning. But yeah, this is where you're going to hear the newest news, true crime updates.
Yeah, and as we like our channel takes off, we're gonna be able to be like more on top of it once we're full time, not having to worry about work and other things. Like I feel like this will be a good one, like when we're able to record more frequently. Yeah.
Record and immediately put them out.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yes. So another cold case has been closed, and similar to the other one that we talked about last week, they believe that this guy has more bodies under his belt. So who I'm talking about here is Gary Dion Davis, 52, is accused of the 1996 death of Pearl Davis and the 1998 death of Christina King in Kansas City. He's a truck driver. He was a truck driver when these two crimes happened. They believe that he did them while driving a truck, taking that old school serial killer approach of picking women up on the street. I mean, that's just what that idea was. Like, don't hitchhike. You could be killed. You know what I mean? But
back
it sounds like he's taking that approach here.
Back in the day, it was super normal. Like, people didn't realize how dangerous it was until tons of people ended up dead. A lot of people ended up becoming victims of those situations and circumstances. So these two women were killed at similar times of the year. One was in November of 96. The other was December of 98. How they connected these two, yet again, was DNA. They happened to upload DNA into CODIS that they had gathered from decades earlier and were able to connect this man to these crimes. Now, just based on how they viewed the crimes and how these crimes were done, they definitely believe he's a serial killer, and they definitely believe there's going to be more bodies under him. What makes this really scary is the fact that he's a truck driver and how frequently he travels. Like, long-distance truck driver. That is scary.
It is terrifying.
I mean, that's like the Green River Killer, right? It was the Green River Killer, I think.
No, I don't think the Green River Killer was a truck driver. That was the one that locally would pick up prostitutes, women, and leave them all along that river.
Then which one's... I thought that was the semi-truck driver.
No, I don't think so. We covered the Green River case, and I'm pretty sure there's an eyewitness car, and it's a sedan. It's either a sedan or a van. I don't remember, but I do not believe he's a truck driver. No.
Okay.
But even scarier part, Davis is being held in Wyandotte County Jail and given a $500,000 bond, which I'm really surprised about. I don't know if they gave him the $500,000 bond because these cases are so old. I don't know. But I wouldn't give somebody like this with 2 bodies under his belt and they're done in a way where they believe that they could have more under their belt, a bond.
No.
I agreed.
I don't know why you would even consider that.
I see issues here, but
Yeah.
hey, you know, they did catch him, and that's a win. That's a huge win. So I guess, you know, if we're just complaining about the bond, it's not much to complain about. There's a lot of other worse things to complain about out there. You know what I mean?
I mean, hopefully they'd at least have him on like an ankle monitor or something if they're going to let him out.
I mean, I guess. I don't know.
I just would rather them not let him out.
Yeah.
But
when you're on the line for such a serious crime, if I was in his position, you know that you're going away for the rest of your life. So why wouldn't you make the attempt to cut off the ankle monitor, have a car ready to go, and you're out of there? It's still going to take the police 5 minutes to get to your house. It's not like they have someone just sitting there watching your ankle monitor alert, just waiting to take off and be at your house. You're
Right.
still going to have some time. So why take the risk? But hey, hopefully he can't pay that bond. Hopefully he won't be able to get a what's it called? The bond, one of the bond places where you can like sign your house or a truck or whatever.
Yeah, a bondsman.
Yeah, bondsman. Hopefully he won't be able to have any.
you couldn't think of bondsman?
No,
That's
look.
silly.
It's my ADHD mind. I
That
can't
was just
help
a
it
silly
sometimes.
one.
Yeah, it's basic words like. If I don't have a good amount of caffeine in my system, I could forget my name even. It just happens sometimes. I can't help it. But, yeah, a bondsman. So, I'm just glad they caught him.
Yeah, you know, I'm glad they did too. I just really hope they don't let him out. And then that would be crazy if you have another like Danilo gosh, I can never. I just can't say his name.
Yeah.
Cavalsante situation, but with a serial killer on the loose who's taken off and you can't catch. Like, I just would want to avoid that at all costs.
I agree, and especially since the case that we covered last week, you know, where we were comparing Danilo and Gonzalo, and not all of them go good. Not all of them end when you're hunting people down with no bodies. That
one was bad.
6. Yeah. That was one of the worst case situations. And,
Yep.
you know, yes, at the end of it, he ended up dying. But I think if I was the family member of those 5 people, that wouldn't feel like justice and feel like enough to me.
Me either.
That would feel like he got out easy in
Yeah.
that situation after causing so much pain and harm and suffering for the rest of the family that's left behind. So, yeah, I'm just glad they caught him, but hopefully he doesn't get out.
Yeah. It's incredible. There's tons of cold cases being solved like every single day, it seems like.
It is. It is incredible.
Which is awesome. It seems like the police in most of the country have made a really diligent effort to like circulate these, bring them back up, you know, consistently, re-look at these cases. And it's incredible that they actually are making headway on a good amount of them.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, we hear about it pretty often lately.
Yeah, absolutely. And I wonder why all of a sudden, since the science has been out this whole time, I wonder if it's their software that they're updating where they're able to actually make these connections better, you know, because for a while the hospital system was like the main system that was connected nationally to where your medical records can pop up all across the nation so that you couldn't drug farm and all these other things.
I think there's a benefit. there's a benefit for them. It looks really good for police. In a time where there's such distrust for the police, them getting justice or, you know, letting families know the truth and solving tons of cold cases, like, that's a positive thing. And it makes us have a better, I don't know, I think there's some kind of benefit. There's something behind it, in my opinion. But that's, like, kind of tin hat. Sorry.
I don't think it's tin hat.
A little bit.
No,
I mean, to think that there's, like, a nationwide effort that the police are trying to, like, gain the respect of the people back by solving cold cases.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is that their system lacked.
I was saying that, what I just said.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about the system.
Oh, okay. Well, it just makes me wonder why all of a sudden now, because it's been in the last 12 months that they're connecting all these cases one after another after another. We got Gilgo 4, which probably could have been solved before, and then we just covered one multiple-person cold case. This one, multiple-person cold case. 4 weeks ago, we had another one. It makes me wonder what's changed, and if I had to guess, I think it's the software that they're using.
Yeah, and that was your guess, and I was saying my guess.
Got it.
Like, I was wondering, just speculating.
Yeah. Yep.
But yeah, I'm glad that
Let
they
us
got
know what
that
you
guy.
think.
You know, I did want to say that if we did do ADHD merch, like you were saying, it would be so cute to get like a knitted, like, for girls, like a women's t-shirt, like the baby doll tops that's like knitted and like ADHD written on it.
Yeah.
I don't know. That just popped up in my head.
Yeah.
I don't know. When merch is basic t-shirts, I most likely won't buy it. Because I don't really, like, very often wear basic t-shirts. But anyway. So I have a super crazy one that is tragic. Like, so I originally saw this on Nancy Grace. And while I don't like a lot of things that she says, this one I could get behind. So there's a daycare in the Bronx this past Friday, which would have been September 15th, 2023. A little boy, a 1-year-old, he died from a fentanyl overdose in the daycare in the Bronx.
Jeez.
It is horrible. His name is Nicholas Dominici. I think that's how you say it. Nicholas Dominici. I believe.
Okay.
Right? Does that look right to you? Anyway, there's a picture of him. He's adorable. But, so, emergency workers arrive around, like, 2:45 p.m., and there are multiple children not waking up. He's the only one who passed, but there were, I think, 3 more, 2 little boys and an 8-month-old girl. They're all, like, they've all been exposed somehow, and they're all passed out. The others were saved. He could not be. And he had just started this daycare. Like, just started going there. His parents were recommended it by, like, a community center or something in town. And, like, you know, this is, like, his first time in daycare. He's a year old. Their parents take him. It's recommended. And then, you know, like, a little bit later, like a couple weeks or something, he's dead. And, you know, this daycare had just been inspected. Literally, like, a few days before this happened, it was inspected and passed. Well, what ended up happening is there was a trap door in the daycare, and there was fentanyl under the mats where these children were sleeping.
Okay.
That's how they got exposed. Is some kind of dust or something, like little bit of dust, I guess, was exposed from maybe them getting into it. Maybe overnight, the kids laying down for a nap or something, and then them somehow getting exposed. They also had pill presses there.
Jeez.
So this wasn't just like this was literally like a drug trafficking operation. Like, they were selling out of here. They were bringing fentanyl there, powdered fentanyl, making pills, and then dispersing it.
Gosh.
So the daycare was essentially a front.
Yeah.
For a drug trafficking.
Yeah, that sounds horrible. I
something.
mean, I'm just sitting here trying to think of what could have happened that caused the kids to ingest it.
I know, that is the question. That's the question.
Because fentanyl isn't like car fentanyl. Car fentanyl is the one that we hear about where if it just touches your skin or there's even like a little bit of poof of an inhale, you're that's it. OD. Like,
oh, well,
we've
that's
seen
what
that
they're
over
saying.
and over.
They're saying it could have absorbed through their skin because kids' skin is like way more thin. And they're saying it could have absorbed through the skin. It could have been touching something and putting it in like a toy, something in their mouth. And it could have also been inhalation. Like, say one of those bags busted or I don't know, something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I have no idea how it was ingested. I don't think we're going to know for a little bit. But on Saturday, so the next day after, 36-year-old, the owner, Gray Mendez, was arrested on account of depraved indifference murder in addition to drug charges. And also, another man was charged who was renting a room from her. He's 41 years old. His name is Carlisto Brito.
Renting a room, like in that same building?
I'm guessing so, but I'm not 100%
That's
sure.
a really strange setup.
Isn't it, though?
I wouldn't drop my kid off at a daycare building where someone's renting a room. That just, like, how much background could you look into them? You know what I mean? It's different seeing reviews of a business and then finding out that they're renting a room out where who knows who could be renting that room out? I don't know. It kind of sounds sketchy a little bit all the way around. Now, that sketchiness doesn't justify the situation that happened. Obviously, they're criminals. Obviously, I feel like she should be charged with murder. Obviously, we don't ever want any kids, regardless of if it looks sketchy or not, to ever be put in a situation where something like this could happen.
I know. Trust me, I know.
I'm just judging from the exterior. You know what I mean? Are there signs? Because immediately what I start going to is, look, this crime happened. It is insanely sad, and I feel for the parents, and I feel for everyone involved, and I can't imagine being in their position, but my mind immediately goes to, how can we prevent this from happening ever again? You know, I just immediately go to problem-solving mode. And the best way to prevent it is to look for signs in the original situation. So, you know.
I did watch the press conference on this, and I don't remember his name or his exact title, but he's over whoever was doing the inspections of daycares.
Okay.
And basically he said, these people, these inspectors of daycares are not trained to look for drugs.
Yeah.
And he said,
sure.
you know, like, that's not normal. So he's like, but I guess we need to start.
I mean,
So
come on. It was under a false door. I saw the picture, dude. I think even if they were trained to look for drugs, would they have even found that?
If they knew what the pill press looked like, then maybe. So
was
originally,
the pill press
when the
just
police
out in the open?
no, it was in Brito's room. So the man who was renting the room. So when the police came in, they found a pill press, and then from what I saw, they didn't know where the fentanyl was until they started getting a tip, they followed a tip about a trapdoor in the floor. Wednesday night and Thursday night, they searched the daycare, which is called Divino Nino, and they found this trapdoor.
Oh,
and it was
man.
underneath, fentanyl residue was found under the mat.
Okay. So then that makes sense to me. So it was on the floor.
Yeah, so
Got
there
it.
was residue on the floor. Yes.
Got it. Gosh, yeah, that's a horrible situation. I feel for those parents.
I can't even imagine sending your 1-year-old is a baby. That's a baby.
Yeah.
To daycare and them adjusting well and everything seems to be going well, and then boom, they've OD'd from fentanyl. And this is a drug trafficking front.
Yeah.
Like, it's absolutely insane. I couldn't believe it when I heard about it.
To look at the best of a worse situation, at least that's an easy way to go. So it's not like they were harmed physically. They probably just didn't know what was going on, and all of a sudden light and then dark. And the parents are probably going to have a harder time than anybody in that situation. And I feel for them. That sucks really bad. And I hope that we can create systems to prevent situations from this happening again.
Yeah, I didn't know how much fentanyl was found. I was trying to find it. I'm not sure. We can put it up on the screen or something later.
Yeah.
The picture of the trap door and like how much. But I really hope they can figure out something to never let this happen again. And I feel like in the press conference, that's what they were trying to, kind of get at a little bit here and there. Because, obviously people in the community are like, we can't send our kids to daycare now?
I mean, there's only so much you can do. You got to remember, that situation doesn't make daycares bad. It makes those people bad. Now, think of how many times statistically daycares are a good thing. I bet statistically it still makes sense to be able to send your kids to daycare. But I wonder is, those little swabs they have, those square swabs? Is there a way that when they're going in to inspect, they wipe a bunch of random surfaces, the floor, the counters, all this stuff, and then test that, and then they could check residue, and they just have that one wipe.
Check it
and
for
they
any drugs.
Yeah. Are there things like that would help in these situations to cut down from these things happening?
That's a good idea. Also, I think that Narcan should be everywhere.
Yeah.
Like, you just never know at this point with fentanyl and carfentanil where you could get exposed.
Yeah.
We've seen police officers touching stuff and, literally ODing from carfentanil. I just think that there should be Narcan everywhere. What's horrible, even more horrible, is when they discovered these babies OD'd, they decided to run and hide things.
Yeah.
Literally start taking the pill presses and or trash bags of stuff out. There was a pill press still found, but they were taking trash bags of stuff out. It was seen on camera or by a neighbor or something like that. They were trying to hide stuff.
Yeah.
Instead of getting the baby help.
Yeah. Yep.
So,
horrible situation, but that goes back to what I was saying about bad people,
Yeah, but also how dumb can you be to have a daycare as a front for drug trafficking and not have Narcan on hand? If you are handling fentanyl at all, why do you not have Narcan around you at all times?
Yeah.
That's crazy. Mm-hmm. Why would you not? Even for self-perseverance. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So dumb. But anyway, let us know what you guys think. I'm really glad they're really digging into it, and catching everybody who is involved. And I'm happy about that.
Yep, and absolutely.
Condolences to Nicholas's family, and I'm sure this is really, really, really hard.
Yeah. Convicted murderer Alex Murdaugh did something Thursday he hasn't done in 2 years. Since his life of privilege and power started to unravel, he pleaded guilty to a crime. His first time ever.
He told the truth, you mean?
Pleading guilty to a crime.
For once told the truth? So,
I mean, I guess. I just know that this is the first time he's ever officially pleaded guilty. So,
yeah.
I don't know about the other charges. Now, Murdaugh still admits openly that he should be held accountable for his what he did to steal the money, but that he shouldn't be held accountable for what happened to his son and his wife. He still says that today. Now, if Murdaugh gets the retrial, all right, this is really interesting. If he gets the retrial, he will now serve this time out in federal prison because he walked in, he admitted guilt to these federal financial crimes, which he's going to get decades worth of sentencing. That's what the estimation is here. So basically the rest of his life, no matter what, and he will go to federal prison. Now, does it suck for people that just absolutely, they hear the Murdaugh name and immediately they just have a horrible taste in their mouth? Does this suck that Alex is getting something he wants? I get it. Sure, it does. But him going to federal prison instead of state prison, in my opinion, isn't worth us jeopardizing our justice system and making our justice system untrustworthy.
Agreed.
So I still think he should get the retrial regardless on the murder charges, because what Becky Hill did was ridiculous. It was over the top. I don't think anybody should ever be having a relationship like she did with the jury members, and it doesn't feel fair in that situation. I mean, it's not alleged. It's alleged based on what the jury members are saying. It just hasn't been brought as charges yet, but it's not alleged. They signed legal binding statements.
A sworn affidavit.
Yeah, they signed legal binding statements to say this is the truth, this is the whole truth. So I don't feel like we need to go about it like it's an alleged, it's a claim. Like, there's a lot of evidence here. And even the prosecution is acting like this is serious evidence, substantial evidence, trying to play loophole games by, hey, you need to edit the date that this came out or do this within 10 days. But it's interesting stuff. I just think that he should get the retrial in that situation. And I still think it's possible he gets convicted.
Yeah, I think it's very possible he'll still get convicted. Yeah, I mean, I mean, they still have to prove, like, once they get on the stand, which I've heard a lot of lawyers say, it could change. Like,
what?
It could change their statements.
Whose?
The jurors. So while I 100%...
Well, you're just talking about cross-examination. Their statement is their statement.
Yeah.
And they're committing that it is the truth. So that is the truth. That is at least their lived experience and their truth of what she did. Now, we have evidence backing that statement with the book, with the Facebook post. Like, those are not opinion. Those are 100% fact and can be proven by the history and the timeline. And the juror that got removed, they already communicated with the husband who admitted that he did not post anything like that. They were able to verify that the Facebook profile was fake. They were able to prove that the post was taken down less than 24 hours after it was posted, and then Becky Hill didn't even bring it up till 2 weeks later. Like, that is damning evidence. Mm-hmm. So it's not gossip. We are past the point of gossip here. You know, it's not alleged statements. Like, there's meat on the bone here.
Yeah, and they're fighting over, like, detail, like, little things, like, with the law and how you can, you know, kind of tweak it. Like, does he get a new trial if it's determined that this could have affected the trial? Like, or it sounds like it's going to be up to the judge ultimately, is what it sounds like to me. Like, they're arguing over what the law says about if he can get a trial or not. In my opinion, like, clearly if somebody's in the jury's ear the whole time, that affected the trial, period, point blank.
Dude, one time. If somebody's in the jury's ear one time, that is illegal.
It is criminal. What she did is criminal. Like, straight up, she is a criminal in my mind.
Yeah.
So... I heard he cried.
I think the idea to our justice system and the goals of our justice system are more important than an idiot like Alex Murdaugh, okay? And if that means that we need to do a retrial to regain the trust of the public and regain the image that justice, at least in this state, is honest, then the state just needs to buck up and do it. Like, that, it is what it is, okay? You hired someone who made an awful, horrible, criminal mistake because of her own selfishness and financial interests and wanting to be famous and all this other whatever Becky Hill's reasoning is.
She's such a diva.
Right, and They just need to fix it now. I don't think it's worth arguing. I don't think that they have anything that they can bring up to make it seem like it shouldn't be a retrial. The one and only thing that I see, okay, is if they can prove that Murdaugh and his team knew about this before the trial ended. That is the only thing, okay? If the state can prove the Murdaugh's team knew about it before the trial ended, it was their obligation at that point to bring it up and correct it during the trial.
Oh, I don't... See, in my mind, that shouldn't matter.
I think it does matter, because if it does, they're taking a circumstance, twisting it, bending it, and manipulating it into their favor.
And I understand that, but what she did is still criminal and affects the outcome of the trial, and say Murdaugh is innocent, like, for real.
But unfortunately, if the defense did that too, they are both equally criminal. Both of them.
Yeah.
Because they are now complicit in Becky Hill's madness.
Yeah, I understand.
So,
and that's a tough situation. Honestly, all of it's kind of tough. But in my mind, the fact that whether he should get a trial or not, based on the facts we have now, he should.
I agree.
You know, a lot of people just see him and it's just disgust, you know, like... So immediately people are saying, oh, this is a ploy by the defense. They're making this stuff up. I don't think so. I really don't even think that's possible at this point with all of the other details we have in evidence.
Well, the thing is, okay, Murdaugh is manipulative. Murdaugh is a thief. Murdaugh is obviously a horrible person that has been gifted power and notoriety and privilege from his family's name for way too long, okay? But his legal team is not, you guys. They are not. Our justice system is not a justice system that just because a lawyer is defending a defendant, that does not make the lawyer bad. If you look into the background of Murdaugh's legal team, they are established, experienced, and highly regarded lawyers in the bar, in the legal system. So even when the prosecution talks about Alex's defense team, they speak so highly of them. They speak so highly of them. So, I just don't think that's a fair way of looking at it. And I think our justice system, if anything in this world, is black and white. It should be that. We're either doing things fair or we're not. And if somebody that's involved in court and the court case did something shady, then we need to fix it, you know? And unfortunately, in this situation, if we go with the retrial, now that Alec has admitted to the federal financial crimes, he will go to a federal prison. He will. But does it matter?
Not
Come
really.
on.
He's still in prison and being held accountable.
Right.
And I'm not of a person that thinks people have to live in squander and be abused to be held accountable. Like, he's still locked up away from everything he knows. He still doesn't have freedom of movement. Like, it's still not, like, a great life like what he had on the outside.
Yes.
Just because there's a little bit more comfort. Like, I don't know. Do we want to be like Thailand, where you, like, sleep on the floor in mud and water and bugs and just, like, squander? Like, I think... They're humans, and we shouldn't treat them like animals. Yeah. You know? Like, despite if they're a murderer, there's going to be people in there that are not murderers, and just regardless, like, I don't know why that's a thing.
Yeah, that's like getting mad about it being a punch to the face or a kick to the face. Like, he's still getting hurt.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what it is. He's still
being
getting
held
hurt.
accountable, yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, but I'm curious what you guys think. Is it that big of a deal? Is it that we just are so eat the rich that, like, we don't want to give anything up to Alec? You know, I just put him behind bars. Keep the rest of society safe. I'm content. I don't even care if they put him in a legitimate hotel with hotel amenities. If he is locked up forever and kept away from the rest of society, I would be okay with that. I don't care. Get him out of here. You know, he's going to be in jail for the rest of his life. Nothing's going to change that. He has 100 more charges to face, even without the retrial if he ends up getting one. So, but your opinion means more to me than my own opinion. So let me know what you guys think.
Yeah, I was just trying to say I heard that he was crying in there when he pled guilty.
Was he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He does that, doesn't he?
He does. He does. Yeah. It doesn't necessarily mean it's fake, though. I think a lot of people look at him crying and think that it's a manipulation and it's fake, and it makes sense why people think that and want to think that after everything he's been involved in and everything that he's done. But I do feel like there's still a little bit humanity in that man, and I'm not positive that he's the one who pulled the trigger, just with the two guns and things like that. So maybe him crying is real. It doesn't change for anything for me. I think he's still, even if he's not the one who pulled the trigger, needs to be behind bars forever, because if he didn't pull the trigger, he is the reason why a trigger got pulled.
Yeah.
So,
agreed.
You know.
Agreed. All right, so we got sent an email last night from J. Ray from our live stream. Hey J. Ray, she's incredible. We have so much fun chatting with her and all of our other viewers on live stream. But she mentioned that the ISP Forensic Lab in Idaho recently received an award.
Okay.
And,
yes.
And we immediately were like, wait, what? Wait, what? What are you talking about? You know? And so she sent us the video. She was actually trying to send it to Ian, but I watched it, of course. And we connected them in the email. But I watched it, and I thought it was interesting to bring up. Like, you know, what we were talking about in the chat and then watching it and thinking it over. It was in
reference to this right here. So if you guys haven't watched this that you're seeing on the screen, the Dr. Moore Part 1 and Part 2, these are the live streams that we had immediately following both those premieres, and that's where we got this information. Yeah. So make sure you check them out because they are so interesting, you guys.
Yes, they are. So basically this video, it was on like a local news station. I can't even remember at this point. Well, I can post it. We can post a picture of the video though. It was basically Idaho State Police are taking place in National Forensic Week, where they basically show the techniques they use to solve cases, and it's like supposed to be like a fun, informative thing for everyone, you know, in the state to see how they do things. Mm-hmm. Like, see the science behind the forensic lab and, like, if they're doing a good job, you know, stuff like that. So they had Matthew Gamet, laboratory system director, come on. They did like a little interview with him. And he basically said, I think it's really important for, you know, people in Idaho, the citizens, to see that we have one of the best forensic labs in the entire world. That was what he said. That was his statement.
But he said, missed DNA and misplaced
They had to
evidence?
send it to the FBI.
Whoa.
So that I literally have pulled quotes from it because I thought it was important. Forensic evidence in court is solid. It's reliable and robust. That's what he said.
Robust.
He literally referred to evidence that you see, you know, in court is solid. it is reliable and robust.
I wonder if he used a thesaurus when making his statement. I bet he
Right?
did. Who uses robust to talk about evidence?
I know, that's really strange.
Yeah.
But, he also talked about their new cold case initiative. Clearly, they're investigating cold cases. And that they won an award, which I took a picture of, and of course I didn't pull it up. It actually said the exact award on it. Dummy.
Yeah, that's super interesting, though, because, like, I don't feel like they did good work in the Idaho 4. So, if we're looking at the Idaho 4 case, right, and we want there to be perception that they did a good job, then they would probably want to give an award like this to make it seem like they did a good job. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no kidding. Anyway, I don't know. I can't freaking find the picture.
It doesn't matter.
now.
As long as you find it while I'm editing, I can post it on the page.
I have it. I took the screenshot on my computer, not on my phone. Okay. It's the Foresight Maximus Award.
Okay.
And here's a nice little picture. They literally posted a picture of it. And he said the award is from them partnering with West Virginia University, which WSU evaluated and looked over all of their business metrics.
Okay, so this is metrics-based?
Yep, and determined they're operating at 90% efficiency. One of the most efficient laboratory systems in the entire world, is what he said.
Wow.
At 90%.
I mean, that's interesting and everything, but, like, I feel like this is one of those situations, you guys, where when you hear that, it sounds grand. Like, it sounds really great, you know?
Yeah.
But then my exact question, and remember, you guys, I'm a salesperson. Like, my whole career for the last decade and a half has been all around metrics-based accountability and planning and everything like that.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about that, because I was like, what does he mean?
Yeah, so without explaining what 90% means, that could be anything. So great, like it sounds awesome or whatever. But what does that 90% mean? Is it that 90% of cases that they are involved in to test evidence end up getting closed? Is it 90% of evidence that they receive ends up being able to be identified? Is it 90% of all cases in the state end up needing the assistance of the, like, it could be anything.
Yeah, so business metrics.
Yeah.
For a forensic lab, like, that just was a weird way to state it.
Well, I mean, look, police force is a business, so even police officers are held to business metrics.
They're not speaking, like, money or, like...
No, it just means their business pertaining to them.
Okay.
So just because most people associate money with business doesn't necessarily mean that their business metrics have to do with money. It could just be that their business is held to these KPI standards, key performance indicating standards, where, you know, how quick you get through evidence, how effective that evidence is, what the close rate ends up being with that evidence, things like that.
Okay.
So, but again, going back to, without knowing that, I'm just throwing those off the top of my head. I have no idea what their business metrics are. So that 90% might be great. It might be nothing.
It might mean nothing.
It might mean nothing.
So... He also said Idahoans can be very pleased knowing their crime lab is making the most efficient use of their tax dollars.
Okay.
Don't you think this is a little odd that this, like, they win this award, they come out and say this stuff, and they're participating in this National Forensic Week. Like, I don't know, I've never seen a forensic lab so up in your face in the public, like on the news like this, like, we won an award and we're you know, showing you the science at National Forensic Week, and like that's all really cool, and I like that. Mm-hmm. But I just think with what's going on in Idaho right now, it's a little weird.
Yeah, it's coincidental for sure. But one thing to pay attention to is technically they didn't go through any of the evidence in the Idaho 4 case. None. Zero.
Yeah, they had the knife sheath for a little bit.
They had one attempt at the knife sheath and failed, according to the FBI's secondary testing.
Right.
Yep. So they did not find DNA, and it was posted that there was no DNA on it, which is interesting why you would test something, find no DNA, but then be like, just to be sure, even though we tested it and confirmed there's no DNA, we're going to send it to another lab, just in case. Oh, okay. Sounds and feels a little weird.
Yeah, it is a little weird. People in the chat were just saying, like, we were speculating, are they, like, grooming the public, essentially? Like, you can trust us. You know what I mean? Like, trust all the evidence in this case that all of you are very closely watching and distrusting of. Like, this evidence is solid. Trust us.
Yeah, I think that's a very real possibility, and I think grooming sounds like such a bad word, but everybody does grooming. That's what commercials are. That's what salespeople do. All it is a way to positively manipulate a situation to make the person's perception and image view it differently. Sometimes it's a positive thing even, but if you're trying to push a lie, I mean, obviously that's not a positive thing, so.
Yeah. But with any business, like, if there's negative rumors, speculation, like a negative light shown on them, a lot of times they will do, like, PR type stuff. Like, okay, this year let's do National Forensic Week because it'll look good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, they'll do things for the public, or they'll come on the news and talk about how great they are. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like, it makes sense for them to do these things when they're under fire.
Yeah.
Is what I'm saying. And that's not, like, uncommon. That's done every single day. We see it all the time. So I don't think it's far-fetched to think that's a possibility here.
No, to question it. Look, one of the things that we do here, and we try really hard to make sure that we do, is take an unbiased look at everything. So we go to the tin hat locations that a lot of people don't like going, but we also go to the mainstream news locations that most people like watching, and we find that reality somewhere lands in between those two things, and the only way to get a good understanding and gauge on any situation is to be able to look at both of those unbiased to see how much is or is not making sense, how much is or is not making sense, and what relates, what correlates, what works together to find that realistic outcome of most situations.
Yeah, but I want to know what you guys think about this information. If you think it's nothing, if you know what their business metrics are,
Yeah.
Just what do you think?
Yeah, hopefully we do have some people in our viewership that know more about this, because I would be curious to know what those business metrics are.
Me too.
Yeah. So this is a wild one, okay? So Minnesota murder suspect, still on the run 1 week after being accidentally, you heard that right, accidentally released from jail.
What?
Yes. So Kevin Mason, 28, is wanted on 3 Minnesota warrants, including one for murder in connection with a 2021 shooting in Minneapolis. Mason was arrested on September 11th in Indianapolis, but due to a clerical error, 2 days after his arrest, while he was waiting to get booked, see the judge, and find out what's going on with those 3 warrants, he was let out. So,
what the heck?
What
is the error?
It doesn't say what the error
Dang.
is, but it does say that 2 clerks, 2 of them, have been let go due to this situation. So I'm not sure what the error is. I don't know if he gave a false social security number and it flagged as him needing to be let out. I don't know if they mistook him for somebody else and let him out. I don't know. It doesn't say anything. One interesting...
The reason was we know he was released on a clerical error. Basically, he was on 3 separate holds. That clerk saw 3, erased 2, thinking 1 would still be left for the hold. And then the Minneapolis clerk unwittingly erased that hold. So this wasn't somebody that escaped. So basically, he's let out the door. He's given all of his property back, probably wondering what the heck happened. And so the police didn't want to alert them that they knew he was missing. This resulted in the arrest of his girlfriend because he used his cell phone. Maybe he wouldn't have done that, and they wouldn't have been able to at least be on his trail somewhat if they wouldn't have alerted the public.
Though, so he does have a girlfriend, and that girlfriend was recently arrested. When he was let out, I'm sure he wasn't expecting to be let out, especially when he has a warrant for murder. And he called this girlfriend. She came and picked him up, gave him a change of clothes, got him a cell phone, and then he went on his merry way. Well, authorities felt like she was involved, okay? And she, by all accounts, sounds like she's just a normal member of society. And this is funny, okay? So I can't tell you how many times, you guys, I've met nurses who love bad boys. I don't know why. I've known so many, like 5, 6, 7 of them.
You want to know my dad's theory on that?
Huh?
He thinks all nurses are like narcissistic in not the megalomaniac kind of way. There's like another type of narcissism where you're like a victim to everything, and that they're mega codependent.
Yeah, I mean,
like mega codependent.
That's probably a funny way of looking at it. I know we have some nurses that are viewers, and they've left super long comments about like the difference in situation versus Lucy Letby and how they handle things.
Oh,
and
I've known tons of nurses. Like nurses, a lot of times are incredible.
Yep.
They're just, some professions draw out certain types of people.
Yep, and they've left comments where I'm blown away. Where I look at their comments, I'm like, oh my gosh, I wish I've had this nurse in my life. It sounds like they're doing incredible work. So while it's funny, I don't want any of our nurses to like be offended by that idea or anything like that.
No, I said it because it was funny.
Mean?
I said it because it was funny. And, you know, my mother's a nurse. I grew up around a lot of medical professionals. And one of the most amazing people I've ever met in my life was a nurse.
Yeah, that story Poland. You told last week. Yeah,
from Poland. So, and I've had tons of great experiences with nurses. It's just, like I said, some professions draw out certain types of people. And, for some reason, that is like, there's certain things. I have seen stories of a lot of nurses, though, dating, like, criminals.
I've had, like, I'm sitting here trying to count while I'm talking, so I'm not doing it very successfully. But if I had to guess, I'm saying I've known personally between 5 to 10 that loved bad boys. I'm talking about they were a straight line worker, did their job, and were really great at it, but then they went and picked their dude up from a 5-year prison term. You know what I mean? Like, they loved their bad boys. And in this situation, right, she was a healthcare worker and a nurse and picked him up, got him all set up, and he went on his way. So police felt like she was involved in some way, and she has since been arrested. However, it doesn't say if she was charged with anything. And I go back to thinking, well, what could they charge her with? They let him out. What is supposed to happen in that situation? That's not aiding and abetting. It was their mistake. So I'm curious if there's going to be more to this, but When this first happened, police didn't say anything. They knew within 2 hours after when he was let out that there was a mistake here, something happened, and then they went to work. They kept it secret and silent intentionally because they didn't want him to go underground. They wanted him to think that everything was okay, you know? Well, they still haven't found him. So a week has gone by. They haven't found this guy, and they are presenting it to the public now and saying, hey, this is what's going on, and we need to find this guy. So,
if you've seen this guy on your screen, they're asking for the public's help in tracking down 28-year-old Kevin Mason, who was arrested earlier this month and charged with a 2021 murder out of Minnesota. Mason was accidentally released from an Indianapolis prison last week while awaiting extradition to Minneapolis. However, officials with the Marion County Sheriff's Office waited to let the public know in order to maintain a tactical, what they're calling, quote, a tactical advantage in that search. Let's dig in deeper on this one with News Nation law and justice contributor and former FBI Special Agent Jennifer Coffendorfer. Jennifer, I have so many questions, it's hard to know where to even begin here. But local law enforcement said that they didn't alert the public to this, suspected killer on the loose right away in order to maintain a tactical advantage. Was that the right call when you're talking about a murder suspect?
I think in this instance it was.
It's just an interesting situation, and I feel like these are one of those situations that, look, if you're a part of law enforcement or you're a clerk in a police station or jail like this, and a mistake happens, like, you should be judged pretty harshly, because I can't imagine how much risk you put the general public in by making a mistake like this. And we love our law enforcement here, but accountability is a must in any profession.
Yeah, and clearly people were let go for it.
Yeah.
Were they the scapegoats? I don't know. But clearly he knew it was an error. He's like, I shouldn't be being let out right now, or else he wouldn't have took off. So he knew it was an error.
Yeah, good point.
So was there some kind of planning behind this? And yeah, it's a bit weird for them to be like, it was our bad, we let him out off of an error, but we think she's involved? Like,
Yeah.
that's strange. But him knowing and running before the cops even know what's up, or I guess, they didn't know what's up, but he didn't know they knew what was up. Him running, it just signals to me that he had some kind of idea.
I mean, I'm sure, because he ended up getting arrested and had those 3 warrants. They tell you when you're like, dude, you got stopped for this, but you have 3 warrants and this, and this, and then they take you to jail pending seeing the judge and all that. So I'm sure he did know. So this is him. From Kevin Mason, 28, from Minnesota. And if you guys live in that area, keep an eye out. He is wanted. There is a manhunt going on for him, not at the scale that Cavalcante was, right? Because he wasn't sentenced yet. Kevin Mason isn't sentenced yet, but there was a mistake made. So they are trying to get him back, and they're trying to get him back quick. So any information you have, reach out to the police station, the sheriffs. It doesn't say in here that any other law enforcement agency is involved or anything, so let us know what you guys think.
So this is kind of a wild headline that I just ran across. It says, and this is on the Daily Mail, of course. They always have the craziest headlines. But it says, and this is horrible. This is really bad. Mm-hmm. German who chopped off his 100-year-old grandmother's head with an axe as she tried to fend him off with a vacuum cleaner is jailed for 7 years. Arthur B. he's an ex-soldier, he's 37 years old, and he was having to care for his grandmother, 100-year-old grandmother, Amelie G., on his own. And he said he was having a really hard time coping with it.
Jeez, man.
Yeah, I don't know what to think of this. Even if you're having a hard time coping with taking care of your 100-year-old grandmother, what Like, clearly it's more than that.
Yeah.
Like, you are disturbed, man.
I mean, that's serial killer type behavior that we're seeing right there.
Yeah, this is
harming a family member
Yeah.
or a female figure in some way.
And he's 37. And this is in Hamburg, Germany.
Yeah.
It's absolutely wild. So, the coroners determined that she was struck 16 times with the axe.
I mean, it sounds like a crime of passion in that situation. I'm just curious, does it say anything about motivation?
That he was having a hard time coping with caring for her. That's it. So he also said that he was suffering with a personality disorder and consulted with a psychiatrist and claimed he was struggling to cope with the care of his wheelchair-bound grandmother. And she suffered from dementia.
Jeez.
And she's 100 years old in a wheelchair with dementia, and he's attacking her with an axe, and she is defending herself with a cordless vacuum at 100 years old.
I mean, she didn't have a chance. Let's be real here.
No,
she did not have a chance.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that it's incredible that she tried to defend herself at that age.
Yeah.
Like that, I don't know. It's just, it's so tragic.
It is, yeah. I do think it's incredible too, but I just continue to go back to the fact that she never should have had to, period. That a person like that needs to be put away for a lot longer than 7 years, in my opinion. But I understand that Germany has different laws and rules and regulations and how they do things. And life sentences there, I've heard, are way shorter than a lot of other countries, like ours in particular. So yeah, it is. It's horrible. It is really sad. It should have never happened, and he should probably never be out again in a situation like that. That is a family member. There's some sort of emotional connection and bond there, a family member should be harder to end than some random person you don't know. And the fact that he did that makes it a very scary situation for other people. I'm curious what his background is.
He's an ex-soldier.
Okay.
He says he has a personality disorder. So here's my theory. So family members said they were keeping their distance from him because he was unemployed, constantly didn't have money. Neighbors said, Neighbors said that he was. They often argued over money, him and his grandmother, loud enough for people to hear.
What, him trying to take money that's not his?
The grandmother also accused him of stealing from her a lot.
Exactly.
And that on the night of her murder, there was yelling about money. So I think he's a drug addict with PTSD, and he was stealing from his grandmother.
Yeah.
And even though she had dementia, she had her wherewithal to know.
Yep. It sounds like that thought lines up, you know. Does it say anything about how he was caught? Did someone turn him in? Did he turn himself in? Or anything like that?
Archer is said to have called police to say he beheaded his grandmother. So he called 911 or whatever it is there. There's a different emergency number in Germany. He called and said that he beheaded her, and the officers clearly came and discovered the axe and the grandma. So
well, that's interesting. That makes me feel a little bit different in this situation.
He has no prior criminal history. None.
I mean, maybe he snapped, I don't know, but I just know that if someone has the capability of snapping like that on a family member, then it look, the whole point in having a prison, okay, and having sentencing is so that you can protect the rest of society. So in a situation where you have somebody who's at risk of being able of ending another person in society, they are what prison is for. So like
clearly he should go to prison.
Yeah, I don't think he should be let out.
But he's sentenced to 7 years. Like
hear you. It's strange.
Well, I feel like a lot of Europe is like that. It's just really weird to me that, like, someone who could chop off their grandma's head with an axe can only go to prison for 7 years. Like, I have a lot of problems with the American justice system, but that in Germany would be a problem for me. Like, you're telling me this guy's going to be on the street in 7 years? And actually, there's two conflicting statements here. It says the prosecutor said Archer B had no criminal record, but then a newspaper said that he was known to police for minor crimes, nothing violent. So I don't know what the real truth is. You would think the prosecutor would know the facts of his criminal history.
You would think.
You would think. So I'm inclined to go with the prosecutor, but maybe he said that because none of them were violent. I don't know. Maybe there's a misinterpretation here because they speak in German. I don't know.
Sure.
But yeah, the fact that he only got 7 years, man.
It's
what?
Interesting.
I don't know the laws over there.
Right. And I think that's the important part in this situation is understanding what their laws are. Like I said, I think the U.S. has much more harsh laws around life sentences than most countries do.
Yeah, I think so too.
I think a life sentence in a lot of other countries is like 20 years,
well,
like 2
we're
decades.
talking like European countries, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and here's a good example of that. So Lucy Letby was one of 6 people ever, or not ever, one of 6 people currently that just got sentenced life without essentially parole. So life without the ability of ever getting out of prison. And she's only one of 6 people that has that sentence in that country. Most people, when they're sentenced to life, they get out. Yep. A life sentence is a decade, maybe 2 decades, but it's not how we see it here.
Yeah.
Yep.
I guess spending a decade in prison, like, your life is pretty much over when you get out.
I mean, you got to rebuild everything.
You're restarting from nothing.
Exactly. You got to rebuild everything. Career, everything.
And
everything.
Hopefully in Germany, it's similar to other European countries I see, where they're, like, actually rehabilitated. Mm-hmm. So hopefully he'll get, like, help if he is a drug addict with PTSD, which... Obviously, him being capable of doing this, like, I have a hard time with him being back on the streets. But if he gets, like, really good mental health help and is, rehabilitated and, like, being a community member and, you know what I mean, then maybe I'd be more comfortable with it. Yeah. But, I don't know. This is pretty brutal.
Yes, it is.
Like, one of the most brutal ways you could kill somebody.
Yes.
Especially a family member. But... I don't know what you guys think about this, and, like, do you feel like he should be in prison for life? I feel like almost everybody's going to say yes. Would you be comfortable with him being back on the streets in 7 years if he's determined to be rehabilitated after experiencing mental health counseling, and, ways, like, detox, getting off drugs, dealing with that problem, dealing with his PTSD, maybe having job training, and you know what I mean? Like, all the steps it takes to, like, go out in society and be an adult, like, be a good citizen.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me know. But that's it for True Crime Breaking News.
Yep.
And we can move on to our... deeper dives into topics.
Yes, the stories. The story is itself, where we focus on new crime stories from the past, the interesting ones, the ones that, require a little bit more in depth. We also continue to dive in some of the other cases that we follow, like John Bonet with New Suspects, Idaho 4. But they are stories, so they're deeper and posted in a different way than like our breaking news is. So, absolutely. For this story here, we are going to kick off the first story of the night with our Idaho 4 topic. Now, we have had this topic come up quite a bit. And one of our first videos that we shot, we went over the 3 different main parts of the case against Bryan Kohberger. And we were talking about the holes in that information and why we felt like it wasn't good information. And I don't feel like we covered cell data and coverage enough in that area. So tonight I am going to do the absolute best that I can, okay? So we try really hard here to keep this a talk show, entertaining, where we're volleying conversation back and forth, having a good time with you, you know, out there watching and hopefully talking and thinking along and connecting dots and everything. So we haven't done an expert video before, so I'm gonna try and give enough information without making it boring, okay? So my background, as if you watch our lives, you will have heard this, but I have been in sales for a very, 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 very long time, basically my whole career.
I thought you were only 29.
I am. That is a long time, okay? I am only 29. I've only had 4 29th birthdays, all right? So I have done everything from national sales trainer to regional sales manager to everything in between. And the industry that I've spent the most time in is wireless. Cell phone specific, working directly with businesses and companies in B2B, business to business sales, talking and working directly with towers and the function for their business. So I feel like I have a lot of information on the cell phone topic in the Bryan Kohberger case that a lot of people lean on. I feel like when people respond to our videos, their number one go-to is the cell phone data. And me having the experience that I have, in my opinion, that is the weakest one that they have.
Okay,
Weaker than everything, okay? And I want to be able to share that with you and explain why, you know, because I don't think people understand that. I think people think because they said they can prove he was there at this time. Most people just believe that because you have a cell phone in your pocket or on your person, that they know where you're at. And that is not the case, okay? So, bear with me. I will try to make it as entertaining as possible, okay? So, let's go through exactly what a cell tower does with your phones, okay? So, you have a phone and you have a tower here, a cell tower, and if you can see on this cell tower, it is shaped like a triangle. All of them, they are shaped like a triangle. So that is supposed to give 360-degree coverage split into 3, so you have 120 degrees of coverage on each side. Now, on each of those triangular points, just imagine a straight line shooting straight out, and those little white boxes you see on the side, those cover that side of the 120-degree angle, okay?
So they send out frequencies in each direction that they're pointing at.
They do, yes. Now, each connection and cell signal that is sent out, they have technology now, and I'm not going to go into details, it's super boring, but they have technology how multiple phones can be connected to one frequency point, one wave frequency, okay? You have multiple frequencies, you have 3G, 4G, and 5G frequencies. And the important thing here is that the lower the frequency, the further it goes. So like you'll have 3G data, which will have a shorter wave, which will go, you know, up to like 20 miles out or something like that. But then you have 5G, which most phones are going to, and why there's so many more towers, which does this pattern really high, really fast. Now, a 5G connection can only go about at its maximum at a full strength tower, 5 to 6 miles.
Oh.
That is it. 5 to 6 miles from the tower. In comparison to 20 miles, that is not much, you guys. And that's what gives you really fast download speeds. That's what all the phones are moving to and everything like that. I'm giving you in a perfect world coverage here too. There's a lot of other factors that mess with that, like landscape, you know, if there's mountains, buildings, what that
Weather.
building was built with, if it has copper in it. Copper is horrible for cell signal, blocks all frequency, weather and the electricity in the air and all these other factors that come into play, okay? Now, with that, those cell towers, right? The ideal makeup of what cell phone companies are going to is, you know how honey looks? How you have like the hexagon or octagon? What's it called? Is it the six side?
honeycomb?
Yeah, like that's what all cell phone companies are trying to build.
Oh,
is
instead of the triangle?
No, not a no. It doesn't have the
Instead
shape
of.
of the tower. No, you're mistaking the grid. So they're trying to set up a grid across the U.S. in hexagon or honeycomb-like shapes to give the best coverage to everybody, all right? Now,
Is it in an octagon?
it's not an octagon. It's 6 sides, whatever 6 is. I think it's hexagon.
Hexagon.
Yep, I think it's hexagon. ADHD moment. So this is an interesting point, though. So almost all cell towers supply all cell phone companies, you guys. Now, I'm sure you've been driving down the road, and these cell phone companies prefer to put these cell phone towers next to highways because people are traveling, and they're traveling at very fast speeds, and that's most likely when you're going to get disconnected, driving down the freeway at a really high speed and moving from tower to tower. So when you look at these towers, you're going to see, and you guys will see a picture here, and I'll try to explain for the audio listeners. You'll see a row of those white bars at the top. Then you'll see another one under it. Then you'll see another one under it. Sometimes you'll see some more under that. More than likely, that is, each row is one company. So you'll have like, let's just pretend Verizon owns this tower. You'll have Verizon at the top because the height is going to give you the best coverage. It's the most likely to go over landscape issues, over building issues, things like that. Then let's say you have AT&T below it, and then T-Mobile under that, right? Now, these bars, you guys, are also angled down. So if you're looking at one on the tower like this, it is angled down intentionally because they'll have these big circular things on the tower that connect to the next closest tower. In case that tower goes down with the landlines underneath it, it can get service from the next closest tower, but the bars that actually supply service to the phones are angled down in a way they don't interfere with other towers. So you'll have 2 towers with the bars angled like this to where they overlap just a little bit at the bottom. Now that's in a perfect world. Now, when you have a tiny town and these towers cost cell phone companies millions of dollars, they will do the best they can and try and minimize the cost until there is more of a reason to invest money in that area, because metro areas make the most money and it's easier for them to use towers that are already there and just put more capacity on them, okay? So, I feel like that's a good explanation, right?
Yeah.
Now, let's move to triangulation, and this is really important, you guys, because this is what police use to tell you where someone is at, okay? And we've heard time and time again that, and this is my biggest argument, but we've heard time and time again that they know Bryan was driving past the house, okay? I'm saying it's not possible because they don't have enough towers in Moscow to be able to do that, all right? Now, here's the interesting thing. So on those white bars on the towers, there is no way to tell where you're at, okay? So they have a couple identifying factors that can roughly give them an idea of where you're at. So those big white bars, remember we talked about the triangle, and each side covers 120 degrees on that tower. So they'll be able to know which side of the tower you're connected to because they can tell which bar you're connected to. Then what they can tell is the strength of your connection with the tower, okay? And that's important because that gives them a rough estimate of where you're at, roughly, okay?
Yeah.
They can't tell exactly your placement. You could be on any one of those white bars on that side, and they wouldn't be able to tell exactly where you're at. It's just a rough guesstimation. Now, when your phone is talking to a tower, it's focusing on the frequency to it and back, right? Pretend you're talking on the phone or using data or using Spotify or using YouTube, whatever. It has data going to the phone, and if you're talking, then sending it back. Mm-hmm. Now, the science behind that is RTT, round trip time. This is how they're able to tell exactly, or not exactly, but roughly where you're at, all right? So I took down a couple numbers here to give you an understanding. Let's say you're by a tower. Let's say you're 900 feet from a tower. Then your round trip time on that frequency when you're on a call for the data going to your phone and back to the tower is roughly 3 seconds to 6 seconds. Roughly, super roughly, okay? Now, I want you guys to consider something. We just said 900 feet from the tower, roughly 3 to 6 seconds. 3 to 6, that gives a spread of 50%, you guys. So, because there's at least 3 seconds time and could be up to 6 seconds time, okay?
Okay.
So, you could technically be anywhere from 900 feet to 1,800 feet in a 3 to 6 second RTT. Does that sound accurate?
That's a pretty big difference.
That's 3 football
That's based
fields.
off of one tower going in one direction because they
No,
can't
the
triangulate.
RTT, round
Right.
trip. Yes,
Right.
yep. So that is one tower going in one direction, okay? Now, when we look at someone who's 1,500 feet away, okay, that RTT time will be roughly between 8 and 12 seconds, okay? So you have a 30% spread there on that. So technically that you could be anywhere from 1,500 feet to, 2,450 feet, I think is what it ends up coming out to, right? Or 2,250. So you could be anywhere from 1,500 feet away from the tower to 2,250 feet away from the tower. That's huge. That's a difference of 700 feet. That is 7 football fields in difference, right? So how are they able to pinpoint exactly where you're at? When you're looking at 7 football fields, you're starting to get up into the measurements of miles of difference. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You see how there's going to be some major question marks here?
Especially when you're like a mile or two from the tower
Agreed.
or more. Like there's going to be a huge
Agreed.
discrepancy there.
Huge, huge, huge. Now, when we're looking at the efficacy rate for one tower being able to tell where you're at, that efficacy is between 60 and 80%. So they can give you about 60 to 80% efficiency of where you're at from an extended use on that tower, okay? Now, I want you guys to also understand that a lot of different things go into play in that 3 to 5 seconds or 8 to 12 second milliseconds for the round trip time. That is determined based on the cell phone's strength. So, again, looking back on all the different things can affect it. Weather, your SIM card, the operating system on your phone. If you have a phone that's broken, the antenna is damaged, that is going to change that RTT time. If you have a flawed or damaged SIM card, that's going to change and alter that RTT time, and it might make your phone less reliable to that connection, okay? So, going back to looking at it from Bryan's perspective, all right? I pulled up a reliable tower spreadsheet and information here. And I took a bunch of pictures. So there are 3 towers in the Moscow area, 3 official cell phone towers in the Moscow area. There's this argument that there's only 1, right? Well, there's 3 official towers. One of them is at 608 Residence Street in Moscow, Idaho. And it says the antenna height is 27.4 meters, so roughly 60 feet. That is not a very high tower, you guys. A high tower for cell phones is hundreds of feet up. Now, I can show you this picture here, and you guys will be seeing it now. This is the tower, okay? This tower is attached to a water tower, so it's already going to have some disturbance on this. And another interesting thing here is that tower does not cover King Road. That tower does not cover King Road, okay?
Because it's so short.
It could be because it's so short. It could be because it's considered a mini tower. It could be a lot of reasons, but it does not cover King Road there. This is the tower's spread of its efficiency in this situation. So the other 2 towers here, we have the tower that is at Paradise Creek cell site, which is considered a mini tower, and it is on the... Hang on here. I had the name of the building. It's Theophilus Tower. The Theophilus Tower, which is an Idaho State University building that I think is 7 stories tall, and there is a mini tower on top of it. Now, that cell tower is owned by AT&T. That is a tower that would cover that area, okay? And that is one that we could look at. This is the coverage for it here, right there.
So where's 1122?
1122 is right down here.
Well, that doesn't look like it covers it.
It does. It does just barely. It covers right on the very edge. Now, the cell tower that we were just looking at is this one right here. This one does not go down there. This is the water tower cell phone tower.
Okay. So Theophilus Tower is dorms.
Yep.
This is it right here. It's dorms for the college.
Okay.
I was just curious what it was.
The third tower we have, and remember the first one doesn't even cover that, is 1011 Paradise Ridge Road in Moscow, Idaho. So,
I thought that's the one you just said, Paradise.
Nope, that was Paradise Creek on that building.
Oh, okay.
This is 1011 Paradise Ridge Road, and the first one is the on that building. What was the name of that building again? Theophilus.
Or Philus. I think it's Philus.
That is 4.7 miles away from 1122. So it's within the 5G range. Definitely 4G range. Then you have 1011 Paradise Ridge Road, which is 6.4 miles away. And what's interesting, so you see this one right here? Mm-hmm. This is that tower on Theophilus Building. This is the other tower. Both of them are right on the edge of King Road, which make it less reliable because you're going to get some questionable service. This is really the only real tower, this one, that we're talking about right now. This is the only true tower that they have here. Even the one on Theophilus is a mini tower. Now,
is this the one that's south of Moscow?
Yes, correct.
So that is the only legit
one. The only tower that could offer any cell service to 1122.
Like with any kind of reliability.
Yep, and this is that tower right there. So it is a genuine tower site.
Okay.
And both of those towers are owned by AT&T. However, all service providers can use them. Normally it's just AT&T that is at the top, the very top of it there. But here is... So that you guys understand here, there are actually like 20 towers in the Moscow area. I don't want people to get confused by this because I used a check that I can't post any of those pictures. I probably shouldn't even talk about it, honestly, just from being in wireless. That shows you every tower of all providers. So it's going to show you all the Verizon towers, all the AT&T towers, all the T-Mobile towers, all the broadband internet towers. It's going to show you every single tower. And there's like 30 towers in the area, in the Moscow area. But you got to understand that out of those 30, there are only 3 that can be used by cell phone companies. The rest of them are used for emergency services. They're all blocked lines. They're what you call XCO, I think is what it is. I hope I'm saying that right, which is basically a closed line of data that is secured for emergency services. And all of these, all those red ones right here that you're seeing, that's what those are. They are closed service bands, and most of those, like 95% of them in the Moscow area, are Verizon towers, because Verizon is like the company that works with business. Other cell phone companies are trying to be competitive, but right now it's mainly just Verizon, okay? So let's go back to looking at the cell connection. So we know that one tower isn't really reliable with Bryan. So you will get a 120 degree on one side, and you'll get a rough guesstimate of the strength of service or the round trip time of the frequency from the cell phone that will give them an estimate of that area. Now, those two towers, those two AT&T towers, they do overlap over 1122, okay? But what sucks here is they aren't overlapping in a way that's triangulating them. They're overlapping spread apart from each other. So one of them is right on the edge of service while the other one's right on the edge of service. So it's going to be very hard he would have to be at just the right spot south of 1122 in order to be picked up by both of those towers.
Well, isn't that funny that when they say his phone turned off, okay, at like 2-something in the morning, 2:47 I think is what it was, and then he goes off the grid, okay, and then I don't remember what time it was, but after the murders, so I'm thinking it's like 5-something in the morning, they get him south of Moscow on that tower.
Yep, on that tower. Yep.
Interesting. They didn't pick him up until he was south of Moscow.
Yeah, and the first tower we talked about that's on that water tower, that water tower does not overlap over the 1122 house. So that one cannot be used to triangulate. That's why I was explaining the white bars on top. If that tower has white bars shooting out, then they are angled heavily towards the ground because there's some sort of interference right there that the company felt like it wasn't beneficial for them, customers, or anybody to have that service going out further. Now, you guys got to remember, too, that not every cell tower is the same strength. It's not like a one-size-fits-all where you have this giant cell tower like this that will cover 20 miles, of coverage for customers, and that's how all cell towers are. That's not how it works. Like, look at these pictures here and the difference of coverage. Look at that. And then look at. So unreliable in the difference, and that's a ton of different factors that takes into account landscape, that takes into account what interference can be caused with that tower. And just remember, some of those other towers that you're hearing or looking at that you might see on other websites are not actual towers that could be used for triangulation.
Yeah, that's a good point, because I've looked it up before. And I wondered, because they don't really show you like where it covers exactly.
Correct.
They just, you just see them in the area, and I think most people would assume, oh, it's in Moscow city limits, so that means it covers everywhere in Moscow.
Yes.
No.
Yeah, I know, and that's what I try explaining to people, and that's why I thought this was helpful for people to understand. It is extremely helpful,
because I don't completely get it at all.
Right,
like,
and
not really.
Hopefully the pictures will help our viewers understand it a little bit better, and I'll be able to show like the hexagon shape and those white bars, how they're turned down, so you guys can get an understanding of exactly how that works. So a good example in comparison is the YNW Melly case, you guys, and when you watch the YNW Melly case, they can literally see him walking around a car. Like, that's how pinpointed it is. Now, all they have to use is 3 different towers that are in a triangle-shaped pattern and have 3 overlapping frequency ranges. Then they're able to see the difference in strength and movement to tell exactly where you are. So, just imagine looking at this map where these are and using a protractor and knowing that, okay, Tower 1, we know that he is on the east side of the 120-degree side, right? And he is roughly 3 to 5 RTTs, milliseconds, out, which would put him about 700 or 300 to 700 feet away from the tower, and then take a second tower who also has connection there, and that tower says, okay, so he is, 1 to 3 milliseconds of RTT away, which would put him roughly about 100 to 300 feet away. Then you would be able to look at that overlap, and with 2 towers, you'd have a rough estimate of area. Then when you have a third tower that's also communicating, you eliminate the extra feet and time by a factor of 3. So when you have 3 towers that are giving you the strength and signal, you can then take out a lot of that extra bulk because you have 3 towers there.
Yeah, it just makes it more precise.
It does. It makes it very precise. Now, and just a reminder, when we're talking about this, even with a perfect triangulated location, the efficacy is still only 70 to 80% efficiency.
With 3 towers?
With 3 towers, it is only 70 to 80% efficacy in these situations.
So in the YNW Melly case, did they use 3 towers, or did they use more than 3 towers?
So based on what I was watching in the trial and what was being said by the attorneys, we were told that he was never under any less than 10 towers. Now, here's an interesting factor here, okay? Because this is something you might hear too. There are cell phone mini sites. So, I wish I had the mini tower here. So we had this box, okay? I had this box that was about this wide and like this and about this tall that could connect a low amount of devices in the general area. All I do is plug it in. It has the software and the hardware in it to basically suck cell phone signal into it and push it out really strong in a very small area. Those technically could be used to help triangulate, but like you would have to be stationary around one of those things, okay? Now, in a heavily populated area like a metropolitan area where Melly was, those can be used much more efficiently. In a place like this, in Moscow, Idaho, it cannot be. So Bryan was driving long distances. So the cell phone coverage, there is no way, you guys. It is impossible for that to be pinpointed, precise, and reliable. The only way, okay, and maybe we could do a different video on this. I don't want to get into it too much now. The only way, which we know isn't the case, is his phone was turned off, okay? Unless he has some kind of software in his phone that keeps apps running in the background even when his phone is off, which I highly doubt anything like that. GPS location is 90% efficiency. Triangulation is 70 to 80% efficiency. Satellite GPS location is 90% efficiency. But in order to have that, you have to have multiple apps on. You have to have your GPS on. You have to have the setting turned on that apps are allowed to run in the background, and apps can have access to your GPS in the background. And then those apps can run off of satellite towers that give additional support. Now that is 90% efficiency, and a good example of that is in the Murdaugh case. You remember all the point of contention with her phone when it was found thrown off in the side of the road or whatever, and that FBI agent that the prosecution said was friends with Murdaugh said turn off the phone. Well, when you turn off that phone, that got rid of the GPS back data in there, so they didn't have that reliable information anymore. So that is a good example of like how reliable that could have been, you know, in that situation, because that GPS data that they were logged into helped find that phone, even though it got thrown out the window when they put it in airplane or turned it off or whatever, put it in the bag. I forget what the details were, how they did it step by step. But with Bryan's phone turned off, that is not possible.
For the satellite
GPS. But I just wanted to share it.
That's
so that
an important bit of information too.
It is. And because I feel like a lot of people are leaning on this, you know, and just some of the questions that I've seen is like, isn't there more than one cell phone company in Moscow? Yes, technically. Moscow. So, yes, but remember, both of these towers that we've been talking about, the third one is null and void. It doesn't matter because it doesn't cover down to King Road, so it's impossible for that data to be used. These two cell phone towers are both owned by AT&T, and both have Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile on it. Everybody uses everybody's towers. The tower priority, so if it's owned by AT&T, AT&T is going to have the highest spot, which has more than likely the best signal in that area.
So yeah, it's like they buy in, like, you know what I mean?
Yes.
To put it on their tower that already exists there. Like, it makes sense.
And you can see the coverage here, too. And this is interesting, these coverage maps, which I can show you here. If this is Verizon's, okay, this says there is no 5G in Moscow. None for Verizon. None. Zero. They have no 5G connection. Okay.
Oh.
Yep. This is AT&T's.
So they do have 5G.
They do have 5G with AT&T. And here is T-Mobile's. They have 5G ultra capacity. For half of it, the half of where those towers are. There's a tower here, remember?
Yeah.
And this tower is owned by T-Mobile. And then there's some towers right here that are owned and ran by T-Mobile. On this side of Washington, they're T-Mobile towers. These are the AT&T towers. So, but T-Mobile has 5G. Verizon does not. So I thought that was super interesting because that shows that they don't have as deep of coverage there that everyone would have liked to see in order to have reliable triangulation. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Even looking at the coverage for AT&T and T-Mobile, that is not a reliable 5G map. This is not a reliable 5G map right here.
It's not?
No way.
So what does it look like when it's reliable?
I mean, they don't even have any 5G plus. They just have basic 5G and 4G LTE. If it's a reliable map, all of this would have been dark blue here.
Oh, so it wouldn't be so spotty.
It wouldn't be so spotted between the 4G LTE and 5G coverage. So
Okay.
that just gives an understanding of the weaker signal that they have there. You know what I
Okay.
mean?
Yeah, so you're saying there's issues with signal around that area.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And, yeah, I think that is for the most part of it. I hope it wasn't too boring, you guys, but I wanted to be able to share that with everyone.
Yeah, and I think, the night of the murder, the cell phone data doesn't matter at that point because
No.
his phone was not connected to a tower at all during the time that these, people were murdered. So it doesn't put him at the house at the time of the crime, regardless of any of this, which is great info. What this is important for is them establishing him stalking the victims.
History. Yep.
Yes,
'Cause this was
going there
targeted.
12 to 13 times, according to them. The 13th trip was the morning after when he supposedly went back and revisited the crime scene like a serial killer. That's what this information is important for.
Yes.
So if anybody is thinking somehow they're putting him at the scene of the crime at the time, this is not it. Like there is no cell phone evidence for that.
No.
Which I when I hear people making these arguments, that's what he was there. They have cell phone data. No, they don't.
No, they don't.
Like, we know that doesn't exist. He wasn't, there is no cell phone data for him being there at that time. They said his phone was off.
And I would argue the fact, and again, I say this every Bryan Kohberger video because we have a ton of new viewers and everything else. We do not need Bryan Kohberger to be innocent. And I know you feel the same. I hope he's guilty, you guys. I want him to be guilty because if he's not guilty, then we have a crazed murderer out there somewhere still. But...
And more victims, more families
Yes.
affected, more issues with our justice system.
Yes.
Because they got to answer for this if he is innocent.
Yes, absolutely. And so I hope he is the guy. But looking at the evidence from an unbiased perspective and an open-minded approach, I don't feel like the evidence is currently showing he's the guy. And with the cell phone coverage, look, if the cell phone coverage truly showed that he was stalking them in there, I think that would have been released. And the fact that we haven't heard anything else from it, all we heard is that the FBI is going to be looking at the cell phone coverage and data, and then nothing else. I have a feeling they're running into the issues that I'm talking about right here, where they do not have any reliable connection whatsoever because one tower is not reliable enough. All they would be able to do is see what his cell phone signal strength is, what the rough round time, the RTT is, and have a rough estimate of location. And if he's traveling, that makes it even harder because there's not going to be two towers to overlap and check his location. So if I was the prosecution, I wouldn't bring that up again. I'm just saying.
Yeah, and I want to also point out, you guys, the girls, like, okay, 1122 King Road is super close to a bunch of restaurants, nightlife,
and the school. It's literally
and
right
the
at
university.
school.
Like they literally were 5 minutes from home when they were at the Grub Chuck and the Corner Club. Like,
yes, correct.
It literally took them 5 minutes to get home.
Correct.
That's it. Like in the car, drive 5 minutes home. Like it's super close.
Yep.
And so the room for error here with what you're saying with the radius being so big is great. He could have been going to a restaurant he liked in this area. He said he thought the shopping in Moscow and in Idaho was better. Like, he could have been going anywhere in this whole area.
Yep.
Where the university is and all of these restaurants and shops and other things.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I'm glad you pointed that out because
close.
When you look at the map here, you have like Jack's Diner, Breakfast Club, Moscow Ale House, Vandal Store. Like, you have all these shops right there.
Mad Greek.
The Mad Greek. If the cell phone coverage is like what I'm saying it is, which based on everything I'm seeing, that's no question that this is exactly what it is. You wouldn't be able to tell if someone was at 1122 or if they were at the Grub Truck. You would not be able to tell the difference. None. Zero. Because remember, too, cell phone doesn't follow streets. It's just a straight line, you guys. So while one place might be 5 minutes away, if you took away all the houses and walked straight, it might be 1 minute away, you know? So you got to take that into account when you're taking into account the cell phone strength and signal and coverage and all those good things. So I'm curious to know what you guys think about this, and I would love to know your input and feedback if this helped you understand it a little bit better of what we look at with cell phones, the different frequencies, the difference between 3G, 4G, 5G coverage, the difference in the round trip frequency time and what feet it takes versus how quick that it communicates with the tower and everything. And if you guys have any questions at all, please leave them in the comments. I can answer them for you. This is what I did for a long time, was work directly with this information, and I got it down pretty good. So none of these towers are really high except for the one to the south. The one to the south is the only real tower, and it's 86 meters. So standard size. Sometimes we see them go up to 300 feet. This one is like 250 feet. But this doesn't make me feel like the cell phone coverage and data will be reliable.
Yeah, I can see why.
Yeah. But let me know what you guys think.
Yeah, for sure. I think this was incredible information. We got sent a lot of articles. I think it was 31 articles from Ian.
I'm
Ian
super
Kinzel,
stoked.
an amazing viewer of ours, prisoner of the live chat, of the live stream, also star of the chat. He gets much recognition in the chat. It was interesting digging through these articles, and his main point of them was to look at them and see how the media was covering the Moscow murders before Bryan was a suspect, any like discrepancies in the timeline, things of that nature. So I read all of the articles.
I think it was trying to help us out, too, because we started covering this like 6 months after a lot of other people did. We've only been covering this for about 4 months, trying to play catch-up, and it was just super helpful, and we appreciate the heck out of it. So
yeah, it's incredible. I'm really happy he sent it. We're always asking you guys to send things in. And, a lot of you have been doing it, and we appreciate it a lot.
All of you. Thank you.
So, I'm just going to... I pulled notes from them, and I'm just going to go through some of the notes I took, and we can kind of talk about, how we see it today in the way that it's being reported today, any discrepancies we see. I kind of just want it to be a conversation.
Yeah.
Like, talk about the information.
Let's learn together.
So, essentially a lot of the first articles, like literally the couple days after, there was nothing really being said. They just said
Probably shock and awe.
It was.
Yeah.
They just said who the victims were, that they were stabbed, and that's basically it. And the community was super fearful. We have an article here that's archived from the New York Times, and this is from the 15th and I'm going to talk about both of them, New York Times and NPR, 15th and 16th. They talk about the community and how people were already leaving. Like, people immediately were dispersing and taking off.
I would.
It's kind of crazy.
I would think Bundy right away, you guys. Now I know that the crime is different once we have some details and being able to see the inside. But if I lived in that area and that just happened and I have no details, and we know that most of those women were sorority girls and it was a party house and someone went in there and did that, Bundy kept going.
Yeah. And I'd be out. This was being compared to Bundy off the rip. It was off the rip. People were talking about Bundy. It's in the articles that Ian sent. So it says the community is in fear, basically, and that many students have left town despite Chief Fry saying we cannot say there's no threat to the community. Like, well, at first. And I think this happened in literally a matter of like 2 days, wasn't it?
Yeah,
something
and it
like
also
that.
Started the chain of distrust.
So he came out and was like, oh, I should have been standing here 2 days ago. And literally in the same press conference, he goes from there's no threat to the community to then backtracking that and saying, well, we can't really say that. Like, initially, he was like, it's a targeted attack. We don't think there's any threat, to anybody else.
Breath.
His first breath off the rip is like, oh, there's no threat to any of you guys. And then he backtracks it, but without saying, yes, we have an active killer on the loose. Like, he never states it like that. He just says, we cannot say there's no threat, but it's targeted. So, that's what he backtracks to. So, like, there's no threat. Yeah. Because it's targeted.
Yes.
He is still kind of saying there's not really a threat.
Absolutely. And so if we're looking at this unbiased, right, and it doesn't matter if you buy into the news story or you don't and you question the mainstream story, I don't think that matters in this situation. You have a hard time trusting anybody who makes a rock-solid statement. No one is in jeopardy of being hurt. This was a targeted attack and it will never happen again. And then 2 seconds later change it to, well, we can't really say nobody is in danger. Dude, distrust right away from everyone.
This is also the time where they say there were surviving roommates in the home, 2 of them.
And not eyewitnesses.
And that they're not eyewitnesses.
Dr. Moore.
Yeah, that they're not witnesses. That is when that is said. We now know they are. But this is pre-Kohberger. They said, that they didn't see anything, essentially.
Yeah.
Which I would say is pretty strange, considering Dylan gave a statement.
Yes.
So that means he should have known she was a witness. Mm-hmm. But
if she was an eyewitness at that time, and again, we never want to go tin hat because we want Kohberger to be guilty. Like, honestly, we want Kohberger to be guilty. But these are questions that need to be asked.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really strange to say that one of the surviving roommates is not a witness. I never said she was a witness. And then later, you come to find out. 2. Yeah, you come to find out she made a statement to police saying she literally saw the killer.
Yep.
So that either means that she was lying in the beginning, or that she never saw anything or that Chief Fry was lying.
Right. I think it means that, are we sure she really made a statement in the beginning?
Right.
Are we sure that a statement wasn't done in a follow-up interview? Like, when was this statement made? And we don't have any of that information. So, yeah.
We don't know exactly when it was made. So also, this is the 16th of November. Jim Chapin makes a statement. He's calling on police to release further information, and I quote, "There is a lack of information from the University of Idaho and the local police, which only fuels false rumors and innuendo in the press and social media. The silence further compounds our family's agony after our son's murder. For Ethan and his 3 dear friends slain in Moscow, Idaho, and all of our families, I urge officials to speak the truth, share what they know, find the assailant, and protect the greater community." For him to be saying this 3 days after this was discovered, this happened, is kind of wild. Yeah. Like, the community, I feel like that really speaks to how the community was feeling. They were feeling like they weren't getting enough information. Mm-hmm. They felt like it was being shrouded in secrecy, literally off the rip.
Yeah.
Everybody in the community is like, what is going on? Why are they tiptoeing around this? Why aren't they telling us what's going on?
Dude.
Why are they saying there's no threat and then saying, well, we can't say there's no threat? Why aren't they telling us?
Yeah.
Why are they saying that the people in the house are not witnesses?
It goes back to the college director person, I forget what his official title is, but he was at every single public statement that the police made, and I think that shows a lot in this situation.
A unified front.
No, I don't think it shows that. I think that it shows that the police is being directed with the best interests of the school, because if there is no school because they lose all their kids and they're upside down, then everybody loses. That's what I think.
So I'm not pulling from Ian's articles right now. I watched the News Nation special report pre-Kohberger today, and then I watched the after Kohberger special report. They're both like 45 minutes long.
Okay.
And it's a deep dive with Bryan Inton.
That's interesting.
So they are interesting. It was super interesting going back and watching them. But Steve Gonsalves in that interview, he talks about the same thing, essentially. And he said, for like straight up, they didn't want it to be a ghost town.
Yeah. We saw, so if you guys haven't watched this video,
that was
watch
pre-Kohberger when he was saying that. They didn't want it to be a ghost town.
No, I get it, but that's why I'm pointing to this video here about why money matters, because whether it's pre-Kohberger or post-Kohberger, they lost 40% of their student base. They didn't have an online teaching system, and they were at risk of losing $150+ million a year. So think of losing 40% of your base, and for a 4-year period, you're looking at $600 million. And an average college person's career, like school career, is roughly 4 years, some more. I think it ends up being like 4.4 years or something like that. And that equals $600 million. Whoa. Mm-hmm. Whoa.
So now we know, and that is super important information, and I just thought that was really interesting seeing him talking about it in that interview, the initial interview that the family did. So now what we know about the roommates is that Dylan heard crying. She heard someone coming from Xana's room, that she heard, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." Which, oh, by the way, I forgot to mention this. Originally in the media, they were saying that Dylan and Bethany were on the first floor in those 2 bedrooms. They didn't know Dylan was even on the second floor. She wasn't identified to be on the second floor until the PCA came out, I'm pretty sure. It could have been earlier after Kohberger. Well, no. It was. I'm pretty sure when the affidavit came out is when people realized, oh, she's on the second floor. Wait, no. It could have been when Blueprints came out. I don't know. I'm not sure. Because we're not looking at post-Kohberger. I didn't dig into that.
There was a statement at first. I remember looking back at some of those that I think from what Ian had sent, and I saw that too, that they had believed that they were both on the first floor.
Yeah, they believe they were both on the first floor. So now what we know is that she's on the second floor and that she heard the crying from Xana's room. She heard, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." She peeked out of the door 2 times, and then at the 3rd time, she saw a figure clad in black with a mask on and bushy eyebrows. Northwest
Slasher?
Right. I want to investigate everybody's eyebrows in the vicinity of these crimes. You got pretty bushy eyebrows.
What?
Mm-hmm. So, that is what we know now. But in the beginning, I thought that was so strange that I was like, wait, what? Originally, they thought they were both on the first floor. I didn't even know that. Now we know it's a 6th roommate that just wasn't home that had that other bedroom in the basement.
I thought that was vacant. Yeah, that was vacant.
Are you sure?
Positive. Yep.
Because that's what Bryan said in the second special.
Yeah,
was that there
vacant.
was a 6th roommate. So that roommate had moved out or something?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but I'm pretty dang sure that they had one vacant room. Yeah.
Okay.
Almost positive.
Yeah, maybe that is the case. Okay, what's happening here? Why are my notes messed up and all like jumbled? There's like some kind of error. Okay. So we also see on, this is the 17th, the coroner Mabbitt comes out, and she says it had to have been a large knife, not a pocket knife. She says that the autopsies were completed the past Wednesday, whatever day that was. I don't know at this point. And that the victims had to have died sometime after 2 a.m.
Okay.
That's the first we hear of the timeline. Is her talking about it being a big bladed knife, okay? A large knife, and that they died sometime after 2 a.m.
I'm curious to know why she feels like that. I'm sure she didn't go into those details. That's not common. But did it have to do with rigor mortis? Did it, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like, I wonder why.
Yeah. So she also talks about, I mean, it could be that. It could be that. Well, I don't know.
Normally, coroners are able to give a
time to death
rough
range
estimation and say, look, based on all of my findings, I feel like these individuals died between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. Mm-hmm. But after 2, okay, so are you saying that it could have happened at 8 a.m., 9 a.m., 10 a.m.? Or, you know what I mean? Like, that's too broad. What's going on?
Yeah. That's all it said, though, was literally sometime after 2 a.m.
Unfortunate, but
yeah, she said it'll be like 4 to 6 weeks for like the full autopsy results with toxicology. She said that they've had murders in the past, but never anything like this. And this is also the same article, and this is from NBC, where it makes a very just like vague statement with nothing backing it that a local prosecutor said, which I think they're talking about Bill Thompson, there may be more than one suspect.
Okay.
He is theorizing there could be multiple suspects.
Yeah.
And says at this point the investigators are looking at all possibilities. They don't have a specific suspect. Latah County prosecutor Bill Thompson. Now, these are made in like separate paragraphs, so I'm assuming that was his statement.
I mean,
that there could be multiple.
That's the logical thing. That is the logical thing. And look, there's a lot of people out there right now that are so anti-Bill Thompson and think that he is just doing something manipulative and super shady. And I'm not opposed to that idea and theory, you guys. I think that's possible. But I gotta be honest that I also think a realistic possibility is that he isn't being shady and manipulative, and he just got handed a giant pile of doo-doo.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh my gosh, what do I do with this? There are missing pieces. The story doesn't connect. Like, you know what I mean? It would look very similar being either one of those situations. Mm-hmm. And the prosecutors back police. Everybody in the justice system knows a united front is needed, and they run like corporate America and don't ever say they do anything wrong. It just somehow gets
but the prosecutors are not supposed to do that. They don't work for the police. They are not supposed to have any allegiance to the police. They're supposed to work for the people. They're supposed to have allegiance for us, for justice, which means the truth.
I
agree. It doesn't work like that in reality.
No, it doesn't.
I do not believe that it does. That even though I'm sure lots of prosecutors will tell you it does, I don't think it's like that.
Yeah,
That's
agree
just my
with you.
personal opinion.
So if you're a prosecutor, an attorney out there, and you work for the people and you make it your mission to be a representation for the people of the U.S., I appreciate you. That's incredible, and that's what our justice system was formed on, and that's what we try to judge as and hope it gets back to in these situations.
Mm-hmm. And now we have an article from the 18th from 10 TV where they're calling out Chief Fry, saying a reporter referred to the surviving roommates as witnesses. Fry clarified, "I don't think I ever said they were witnesses. I said they were there." And they go on to say there's no forced entry to the home. This is the press conference that I've watched lots of times. I'm sure you guys have too. If you haven't, you should go back and watch the press conferences because they're interesting.
Yes.
And I feel like the reporters are doing a good job digging, and Fry is not doing a good job answering like at all. He is tripping himself up. It's not a good look.
Is it tripping himself up, or is it a lack of experience? Let's be real here.
I don't know.
How many of these official statements has Moscow PD made? I bet you not many.
Probably not many.
Right.
Yeah. Definitely not. I wonder if they've even ever done a press conference.
It'd be interesting
that is
to look.
Seen by the world ever before. I don't know that they have needed even to do that.
And now all of them are.
Mm-hmm.
So imagine having that little experience and being thrown into this giant fire pit.
I know. So they go on to talk about there's no murder weapon or suspect yet. They said... Okay, but the Idaho statesman reported this week that police are searching for a military-style knife in connection with the killings. And it says that a general manager of Moscow Building Supply told the newspaper that officers have visited the store more than once to ask whether or not it sold anyone a K-Bar brand knife. It said K-Bar of Olean, New York manufactures military-grade blades that were designed for American troops in World War II. They also talk about how it's the motive and all of this is still extremely unclear, that they keep indicating it's a targeted attack.
Which would be based off wounds.
Well, and that the killer knew one of them. That's what it insinuates.
Which I think they would have gathered that by the speed of which this was done and the wounds on the victims, because you could tell, normally you would be able to tell by looking at the severity of the attacks to see who it was meant for, you know what I mean?
Right. So then we have an article also from the 18th where it talks about the coroner's statement saying that they were most likely killed while they were sleeping in their beds. And there was lots of blood on the wall when she arrived to the scene. It had to be somebody pretty angry in order to stab 4 people to death. They were stabbed in the chest and upper body, she said. The coroner added stab wounds on the hands, or at least one victim had appeared to have defensive wounds, and there was no signs of SA. Interesting. How can they be stabbed while asleep and have defensive wounds?
Yeah.
Which I find it interesting now that we know from the 48-hour special that Steve Gonzalez talked to the coroner around this time, and she told them information that made them think Kaylee woke up, like was awake.
Yep.
So
then my next question would be, when I heard that, is, was there intentionally non-fatal stabbing going on? Was the first stab the leg with the intention of inflicting pain and harm without killing? Torturous type stab wounds. You know what I mean?
If you were just going for the kill, you would go for
the chest, throat, head. You know what I mean?
It says it was all in the chest and upper body.
Oh, okay.
So
then if it's all upper body, then yeah, maybe it was
waist up is upper body.
Yep.
So.
Yep. Which would make the theory of legs and causing more harm not.
Mm-hmm. So Jeffrey Kernodle makes a statement about Xana, saying that the last time he heard from her was midnight and they seemed just fine. He didn't understand why this happened. They were just hanging out at home. Xana was with her boyfriend, and saying that Xana and Ethan had a really strong bond. It doesn't make sense. So he also said that their home had a number code. So they either knew that or they just kind of went around and found like the sliding door, is what he said. And that's when he makes the statements that it's likely Xana fought with the attacker, saying that she had defensive wounds, she had bruises, was torn by the knife, she was a tough kid, whatever she wanted to do, she could do it, which is really, really sad. So that's like the first confirmation of Xana having defensive wounds. Yep. And now, post-Kohberger, now we know Kaylee was the other one with the defensive wounds. Yep.
And what's interesting is that audio. Again, going back to the audio. So with True Crime Design, we've talked about it a few different times on stream, you guys, but check out this video here and True Crime Design. They're amazing. They lean more into the tin hat content than we do, and I don't mean that in a bad way. Again, I know we just said this in the intro, but we look at all theories unbiased. We want them all, we are information hounds. Give us everything. I want to know everything about anything. And so it's really good content to look into to compare the mainstream news story with and figure out where a more realistic outcome is for both, because both of them end up being wrong a lot of times. But that audio that we're talking about that they posted is a very short couple minutes of audio, which we believe is genuine, and you can hear 2 separate attacks with what we believe to be Ethan in there calling Xana Z and letting her know, meaning he confronted that person first, and he wasn't in the room with her. Because if he was, he wouldn't be yelling to her, which I think confirms my theory of him being in the hallway outside the door. But
yeah, there's a ton of people claiming that audio is 100% fake, but the PCA, the affidavit says there's distorted audio less than 50 feet away from Xana's room, and the description in the PCA lines up. So, yeah. I mean, it describes what you hear in that audio. So did somebody read the PCA and then make that audio? I don't know, maybe, but I don't know about that. I just don't know.
I don't know. They would have to know them well enough to know if Ethan called Xana Z. And that's what I keep going back to. I want someone to confirm that for me that maybe knows them.
Or they made it up. See,
I mean, her name is Xana.
Yeah, I get it. I'm interested if they're going to play it in the trial, which I think they probably will. And I will be so excited if we find out that's... I mean, I guess I won't be excited.
That's legitimate.
I will just be excited
terrifying.
that we know that it wasn't fake, but it is really disturbing, so don't take that the wrong way. It is. It gives me goosebumps every time I listen to it. It honestly makes me sick.
Yeah.
But... Anyway.
It's a hard listen, you guys, so, listeners beware.
Yes, it's hard to hear. So, we have a YouTube video that Ian sent, and it's the family pleading, and Kaylee's sister, Olivia, she says that it was a popular house, and a lot of people knew that key code to the front door, which I think is interesting information.
Yes, it is.
She also, this is 11:20. So Olivia brings this information to the police, okay? And there's a news article that she found that Kaylee and Maddie were calling her boyfriend, Kaylee's ex-boyfriend, Jack, multiple times shortly before 3 a.m. They were calling... See, here's the thing. From 10:15 p.m. until shortly from 3 a.m. is the time span that Olivia got for Kaylee. Like, she has all of... It's incredible what her sister did with tracking her steps. And, yep, they find out that from about 2:26 a.m. to 2:52, they made a ton of calls to Jack.
Was it 10 or 12? I don't remember right now. I thought it was like 5 and 5 or 6 and 6 or something like that.
She said 6 calls from Kaylee's phone.
Yep.
I don't see Maddie's. I don't remember what Maddie's
think it's 6 and 6. I'm pretty sure. Maybe it's 6 and 4, but
yeah.
It's either 10 or 12. Like, that's a lot of calls in a very short time in like 2-minute spreads. Now, I've heard some content creators say, look, who makes all those calls in such a short time? That's an emergency, and that is someone trying to get a hold of someone calling over and over and over. I just want to be clear here. They were not calling over and over and over like that. They were calling in about 2-minute intervals. So it was, call him again, and remember, they were...
probably texting or
they
something.
They were wasted. You can see it. So, like, it's... hey, call him again, and then they call, and your drunk selves laughing, playing, joking, whatever. Hey, call him again, So
that's probably what it was.
It was an emergency, like, ring, 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 hang up, ring, 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 hang up, ring, ring. I don't believe so.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think you would see it every, couple seconds if that were the case. So detectives say that the phone calls are a part of their investigation, and Kaylee's family, so her sister, says that she knows for an absolute fact that he is innocent. He's not a suspect. He's not suspicious. He's innocent. And the Gonzalez family stood behind him from literally the get-go. So then... 11:20, we see that they located a dog in the residence that was unharmed. Like, we see that coming forward. I think that information was out there before that. But this article mentions the dog that was skinned. So I think that's why they were highlighting that there was a dog in the residence, which I'm pretty sure it was before that. I just didn't note it on any of these other articles. But... they mention that 4 weeks prior to the attack, the Moscow murders, an incident of a skinned dog was reported to Latah County Sheriff's Office. Detectives are aware of the incident and have determined it's unrelated. Detectives are also aware of an incident reported to Moscow PD of deceased animals left on a resident's property. However, it was determined to be wildlife activity and is not related to the attack.
We need to look that up. I've never heard of that second account.
I have other articles I have found since then that talk about these random animals being left on residents' property.
Whoa.
Yeah.
I didn't know about that. If you guys know anything about that, please share. I would love to know. Who goes for fun and just ends animals other than like hunting and eating and, hunter-gatherer? I feel like that's a little bit different. It's not necessarily my thing, but, I just don't like going out in the wilderness. But, you know.
I don't either, really.
Yep. What else we got?
So, also, Kaylee's sister, this is more about it, and they're actually saying that there were 7 calls from Kaylee's phone.
Okay.
Which is interesting. I don't know why that's being reported differently in 2 different articles.
Maybe taking into account text messages or something,
Yeah. Also, I thought it was interesting. Here's a discrepancy. And this is an article from 11/21. It says, immediately after the bodies were found, U of I sent an alert to students telling them to shelter in place. That is not true. The alert wasn't sent out until like 4 p.m.
Oh.
They're saying immediately after. The 911 call was at 11:58 in the morning.
A.M., yep.
So they were there. Investigators didn't arrive to the scene until about 4 p.m. So it sounds like they didn't send out the alert until literal investigators were there. The lead investigator. Which is a bit interesting. Why are they going to report it like it's a fact that they just sent it out to shelter in place? The threat's already over, dude. Why are you sending it out like 5 hours after you found the bodies?
Yeah, I don't think it's over, though. I think they should have still sent it out, but they should have been honest that it was delayed.
Extremely delayed by, like, a long time.
Yeah, but technically, I think they should have still sent it out, and who knows who's at fault there? Because, yes, I see an issue. This would be a red flag emote right here, you know what I mean? But I do think they still should have sent it out. Just maybe whoever sends those out wasn't told properly, wasn't shared the information. I don't know.
I don't know either. So also in this same article, which this is Campus Safety Magazine, which is also interesting that they say they immediately sent it out when it's Campus Safety Magazine. Okay?
It makes
Just
sense
saying.
to me why they would say that, but
Right.
yeah.
So
I think everyone gets it.
Yeah. So then this is where actually we hear more information about the timeline. So it says around Sunday, a 911 call was made by one of the surviving roommates about an unconscious individual. Multiple people spoke to dispatcher before a Moscow police officer arrived. So the responding officers found the 4 victims. There were no signs of forced entry. And then police said the attacks likely happened between 3 a.m. and 4 a.m. So about the 21st is when we're getting the 3 a.m. to 4 a.m., which is funny because that's after Kaylee gives the cell phone data and probably after they looked at Xana's cell phone data. So that's when they nailed down 3 to 4 a.m.
So that's super interesting. What date was that?
This is the 21st.
The 21st. So about a week has gone by.
Mm-hmm.
That means that technically, if Dylan gave a statement right away, Dylan didn't know. Had no idea. Otherwise, they would have already had the time down.
Wait, what?
So,
Dylan had no idea what time it happened?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's interesting.
Yeah, she for sure had no idea what time it was.
Yeah, but if she was awake, she would have, is what I'm getting at.
So you think Dylan was asleep?
I don't know what I think. I think that the possibilities could be endless, but one thing I do know is whatever was going on, she wasn't coherent enough to know what time it was. And I think that's important.
Yeah, that is important.
Very important, because if you're not coherent enough to give the time of when you heard screaming, crying, a statement made that someone's here to help you, and then you see a masked assailant all in black, and you don't know what time that was, how can you trust the validity of any other parts of that statement? Now, I'm not trying to victim blame in this situation. I have no idea. I have no opinion either way. I just got to give our personal opinion of this situation based on the information we have. So when I look at that, that's the first thing I think. If you're not coherent enough for whatever reason, doesn't matter what it is, could just be because you're super tired, I don't know, to know what time all of that stuff was that scared you, that terrified you, then how is anything valid?
Right. Yeah, makes sense.
So,
yeah, well, that would be interesting. What if she was asleep most of the night and like she only like heard maybe a little bit and then they had her make a statement? Like some people are suggesting that Dylan was coerced into her statement. Maybe there's some validity to that. So actually on the 20th, so the day before this article, Fry declined to identify who placed the 911 call. It came from one of the cell phones of the surviving roommates. He wouldn't confirm which one placed it. He said there were other friends that had arrived at the location, adding the person who called 911 is not a suspect. So then at this time, there were rumors circulating about Kaylee possibly having a stalker. The 22nd of November, police came out and said there's no evidence of that.
Yep.
We can't find anything of that. So I thought that was interesting.
yeah.
Because there was also a lot going around about the grub truck at that point, too, because Olivia had found the Twitch footage. Like, she literally found all that stuff. And people were talking about the guy, the hoodie guy.
Yep.
And police, from the beginning, said he's not a suspect. But then, shortly after, said they cleared him.
So someone...
So he was never a suspect from the beginning, but then was cleared?
And people wonder why the FBI is like, hey, we don't want to touch that.
Right.
Because there's major question marks here. Like, major question marks here. There's something up. And, look, I'm not saying tin hat something up. Major conspiracy the whole town is in. What I'm saying is that it's very possible police worked backwards, you guys. If you have not watched our Dr. Moore videos, you need to watch those. And we go through even more good information on the live streams. And if you want an even deeper dive, like I said earlier in our intro, check out Truth and Transparency. They go really deep, and they are working hard to try and prove who that was. So, but yeah.
Yeah. So,
What else we got?
Yeah. We might have to do 2 parts of this because it's still quite a bit. I think I could probably sum it up, though. So, another interesting point. 11/21 CBS News. Moscow police said in a statement on Facebook that the surviving roommates summoned friends to the residence because they thought one of the victims had passed out and wasn't waking up. Several people spoke to the 911 dispatcher. Official police statement. Multiple people talked on that phone.
Yeah.
And they did say it was one of the victims, not a roommate. Not one of the surviving roommates. One of the victims had passed out and wasn't waking up.
What?
That's what the police said. The surviving roommates summoned friends to the residence because they thought one of the victims, the surviving roommates, plural.
Who made that statement?
The police on a statement on Facebook. I have the Facebook statement.
Wow.
We should read it on stream.
Yeah, we should.
When this
and
video
I'm gonna post it
premieres, we'll pull up the Facebook statement and we'll read it. Because yes, it says the roommates, plural, summoned friends, plural, to the residence because they thought one of the victims was unconscious and wasn't waking up.
Huh. That's interesting.
I thought that was interesting, too, because I had never seen that police statement before. It's an official Moscow PD statement. So they basically say they do not believe that Kaylee's ex-boyfriend was involved, like, whatsoever. In an article from the 21st, here's 22nd. So Scott Green is the University of Idaho's president.
Okay.
That's who you were talking about, who was at all the press conferences. He acknowledges that they're planning on the very real possibility students aren't comfortable returning to the campus. And he's asked basically for everyone in the university, the teachers and staff, to make it easier for the kids. So he's also talking about their safety and how they're increasing it, and that the troopers on campus are a very visible force, and they will remain that way for the foreseeable future.
Good, yeah.
So I thought, I mean, that could be why students are mad and peeing on the house, though, is because now cops are everywhere, and it's like on lockdown at all times.
Maybe. And for those of you that don't know, because we actually covered that in a live stream, there's police body cam footage out there that actually came from Truth and Transparency. So high five on you. That's awesome. And it's police responding to a situation where there are a whole bunch of fraternity people urinating on the border of 1122. Like, so much so that there is a constant smell. And we were, like, blown away by that. Why? What is the point, you know? And we had thought that it's because that whole situation, they just wanted that house removed so there wasn't a constant police presence there. So they're mad at the change in their, you know, ideal college life. We don't know for sure. That's just our best estimate and guess.
Yeah,
so.
Exactly. So we also see, and this is from 24th, that a former FBI agent, Brad Garrett, on Good Morning America says that he thinks that the killer or killers would be like familiar with the layout of the house, and they would have had some kind of comfort level and knew their way around the house, and that they need to start searching outside the immediate circle of friends and family. You're going to have to spread out to people they had casual relationships with, which I thought was kind of interesting too. Then we see the 27th that Brad Little, the Idaho State governor, committed $1 million of state emergency funds to assist with the ongoing investigation. Idaho State Police Kedrick Wills said during a press conference earlier in the week. So, they also talked about 113 pieces of physical evidence, about 4,000 crime scene photos were taken, and several 3D scans of the house were made. They also collected contents of 3 dumpsters on the street in case they held any evidence, an effort to locate the murder weapon, and they also talk about the K-bar. So, I'm at the end of it. So, basically, they're talking about the town. We see speculation about a possible serial killer, comparing to Ted Bundy, talking about the dog more that was found, skinned, and the article that you ended up fixating on, which was about the Sandra Ladd and Juden cases, with that profiler possibly connecting the cases.
Yes.
So we see a lot more in the coverage of this, media being more willing to speculate, more open-minded about the investigation, more willing to question the police than they are now.
Yes.
In most of this, a lot of the media is questioning what's going on.
Yeah.
And now it's like, shut, no questioning.
Yeah.
It is Kohberger. We have to trust the police. We have to trust the evidence type thing, I feel like, from mainstream media.
Yeah. I wonder what changed too, but you just made a very interesting statement that I feel like honestly there could be a whole episode on alone, is the fact that there is only 113 pieces of evidence. So for anybody watching, if you know much about crime scene investigation, in a house where it is inside the victim's home, 113 pieces is next to nothing. Next to nothing. You have 4 people who were ended in one of the most brutal, bloody, horrific ways, to where they're describing it like a bomb went off in there. And they only found 113 pieces of evidence in the entire house. A 6-bedroom home with
3
a
stories.
kitchen and multiple bathrooms, and there's only 113 pieces of evidence. Every hair tie that is found on the ground, every pencil that has chew marks, every single separate thing is a single one piece of evidence. I would expect 100 to 200 possibly in one room. In one room. 113 is nothing.
Don't they technically like end up cutting pieces out of wall and all kinds of
Yes.
stuff and taking that too, so
Yes.
that they can test like blood?
Yes.
Or do they just swab it and then have crime scene come in and clean it up?
Nope.
They straight up cut things out of houses a lot of times.
Yeah.
From what I know.
I mean, you can see it here from the Gilgo investigation. They legitimately cut out a chunk of the tub because they felt like something either was on the outside or could possibly be in the inside, in between the tub and the outer exterior part. So,
Yeah.
that 113 is nothing, you guys. And I'm surprised, again, this is another one of those topics where, why haven't I heard about this before? Why are we only just now hearing about this? That 113 proves a lack of evidence in this situation.
Also, that includes what they collected from the dumpsters. 3 dumpsters.
Yeah, there's an issue. There's a major issue with that number.
And 4,000 crime scene photos.
I mean, okay.
They had a lot to photograph, but not a lot to collect, apparently.
Yeah, they should have collected everything. They should have rolled up the carpets. They should have took, well, they didn't have carpets, but rugs. They should have took baseboards that have been touched by blood. They should have taken every single piece of clothing, bedding, mattresses, literally everything that was touched by blood, to search and hunt and try to find any piece of DNA. Could this masked assailant have accidentally cut their hands when doing a stabbing motion, and that blood is mixed onto one of the pieces of material? Like, 113 is nothing. Not to mention, they got confirmation that the assailant had walked through the kitchen. So we're just going to, if I'm law enforcement and I got that, we have to act on as if it's true until we find out something that's not. You would take the flooring that has that latent footprint. You would take the door handle on the sliding door. At least check it. Evidence pieces, pieces of evidentiary material from the crime scene. I would think they would take everything.
Yeah.
Everything, you guys.
Yeah.
113 feels like nothing to me.
Yeah, so I want to mention just a couple more things. So there's one article about PI Bill Warner basically speculating you need training skills to kill with a K-bar knife. Ian put credibility ?
Yeah.
Like, is that credible? I don't know. I'm not trained in K-bar knifing skills.
Obviously not.
Yeah, you don't.
Anyone that
So-
can do this or this, you can end people, okay?
Yeah.
You might not be able to do this crime, and that's what should have been said, is anybody that can do this in the time that it was done, leaving as little amount of evidence as they did with a K-bar knife, needs training to do this, not training to wield a knife.
Yeah, so this is also pre-Kohberger, the only time we hear from Xana's mother, okay? It is one of the only times we hear from the Chapins, and we hear from Gonzalez and the Kernodle family, okay? And all of them are frustrated with the investigation. There
Sure.
is not a single one who is not frustrated. Xana's mom called in because she wanted more information to Banfield's show on News Nation. All of them, every single one is having issues with the secrecy, with feeling like enough isn't getting done, essentially. Also, we have Kenneth Maines in a YouTube video, who is a founder of American Investigative Society of Cold Cases, and said, through victimology, if you don't find that there were drugs, if you don't find they owed money anywhere, didn't have jealous boyfriends, things like that, once you rule out all that, you better start looking at fantasy-driven homicide. And that's what I see, looking from the outside, just because I don't see any reports of anything else. In this case, it could be the offender gets gratification from the act of killing. So there were like some profiles of the killer a little bit, but it was like young male. It wasn't much. Like, they were theorizing he was angry. I feel like you didn't really see the incel stuff until Kohberger came out. That doesn't mean it wasn't going on behind the scenes, that they were speculating that. But I feel like that came after, like right after he was arrested.
Yeah.
With the incel stuff. But yeah, I hope that I could do some justice to all of Ian's investigative work. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope this sparks some conversation, because I'm sure we're going to talk about this in the live and read that police statement. And let me know if you guys see any other discrepancies. We saw the timeline kind of change twice. 2 a.m. to 3 to 4 a.m. And now, officially now, it's like right after 4 a.m.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like the 4:10, 4:20 range.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, let us know what you guys think. Hi, I'm John, your new neighbor. If Dan Blackburn wasn't completely stunned to see the bedraggled young man with intense blue eyes introducing himself at his doorstep, it was only because the former NBC newsman had just spent a good 15 minutes tracking his movements from his living room window. Wearing nothing but jeans and red shoes, Blackburn's visitor had been pacing up and down the pavement of this leafy corner of the Los Feliz Hills. He was slight and wiry with shaggy blonde hair. His bare torso was slick with sweat. There were other intrusions on the neighborhood's usual quiet on that late morning of September 26, 2012. A house painter was working on the first floor deck of Blackburn's home. The deck overlooked a 1927 Spanish-style mansion known as the Writer's Villa, where an elderly real estate broker and arts patron named Kathy Davis had opened her doors to generations of playwrights, screenwriters, novelists, and actors while they developed their talents and adjusted to Hollywood life. So, who are we talking about? Have you heard this story?
No.
Okay, so this is clearly a Hollywood story, all right? And I find Hollywood stories super interesting, you guys. So this is based on the writing, and I want to give these two people credit because I first found this from The Secret Life of Johnny Lewis, which was written by Bill Jensen, January 30th, 2014. This is absolutely a true crime story, a Hollywood story, and I guarantee you guys will know who I'm talking about once I explain it here, and you will too. So the other person I want to know is Mr. Ballin. A ton of viewers. He's so big on YouTube, and he's known for doing like true crime, spooky stories in story format where he's talking directly to the camera. You know, have you seen him, Mr. Ballin? I bet you have. I bet if I showed you a picture, you'd know who I'm talking about. Excuse me. He has like 8 million viewers, and it's phenomenal content. But he covered this story as well when I was trying to do research on it. I found his. So this is the true story of Johnny Lewis, Jonathan Kendrick Lewis, born October 29th, 1983, died September 26th, 2012. He was an American film and television actor. All right. So here, just follow along. You'll know who I'm talking about. Johnny Lewis grew up in Los Angeles neighborhoods of North Hollywood and Sherman Oaks. He was the middle child of Michael and Devona Lewis. Both parents were practicing Scientologists, okay? And Lewis was himself a Scientologist for most of his life. After finishing school, Lewis left home at the age of 18 to pursue an acting career. Okay. So, got the important facts out. I just wanted to be able to give like an ode to the writer, you know, and I think that that first bit is really important. It kind of lays out like at least the beginning of the horrible situation that we're going to get into here. So he landed his first acting gig at 7 years old, and he was doing like small acting gigs on commercials and stand-ins and things like that starting at 7. So he had parents that supported him. His parents were active in the Hollywood life and were active Scientologists, you know, go figure. Hollywood, what else would you expect? You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But ultimately, all that experience, starting at 7 years old, ultimately led to a successful acting career, and it gave him the ability to move out at 18 off his own income from the acting starting at 7 years old. And nice. So here is Johnny Lewis, and this will tell you who he is here, okay? So he was in The Sausage Factory. He was in Quintuplets. He was in The OC. He was in Underclassmen, Alien vs. Predator, Requiem, Felon, and The Runaways. But the biggest one, okay, is he was Half-Sack on Sons of Anarchy.
I don't remember who Half-Sack was.
He's the younger one, kind of lanky. Pull him up so you know who I'm talking about. Just look up Johnny Lewis, okay? I will have already put him on the screen for you guys watching, but...
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I think anyone would know who he was. I mean, he was a very important character in the Sons of Anarchy, and Sons of Anarchy was one of the biggest shows out when it was out, okay? So he had appeared for 2 seasons in the Sons of Anarchy, and... get this, okay? So a little bit of background about who he was. He was the type of person who loved art. He was an avid reader of philosophy. He was calm, collected, a deep person, the type of person that wanted to be a writer. You know that personality type where they're more of an observer in life. Mm-hmm. That's really who he was. And his friends and family around him also gave this description of him as well. And get this. So the reason why he ended up being written out of Sons of Anarchy was because as it started getting more violent, and did you watch all the seasons of Sons of Anarchy?
Yeah, you made me watch them all.
Did we? Okay, so...
yeah, you totally made me watch them all. But I got into it. I liked it.
It gets more violent.
It does.
It absolutely does. It starts off as kind of lighthearted, like how... someone could be in a biker gang and not really be committed to the more violent aspects or criminal aspects to it, and you watch him go through that transition into becoming a super violent criminal, you know, and kind of the things he battles with and stuff. So as the show started getting more violent, he felt like the role no longer fit who he was because he wasn't a violent person. He didn't even want to take part in the violent scenes anymore. So he went to the writers, okay, and asked them to write him out because he didn't like playing this character. That's how anti-violent he was.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, didn't even feel comfortable playing it because it wasn't him, he said. And he wanted to focus on like the more loving, softer arts of writing and expanding mind through creation type art. You know what I mean? Well, after that, he had a bunch of money saved up, and he wanted to invest in writing a book. That was his next goal after this, okay? So he started asking around and asking friends, where is a good place to get your writer's motivation? You know what I mean? Like where
Inspiration.
Writer's inspiration. And he found out about the Writer's Villa, which is so famously known. There's been all kinds of actors that have gone through there. I'm pretty sure Val Kilmer Kilmer did go through there. Parker Posey, Thomas Jane, Paula Poundstone, like everybody in Hollywood knows about this Writer's Villa. And the person who owns it is Kathy Davis. And part of the reason why it's so famous and so well known is because of Kathy Davis. So Kathy Davis was the owner and managed it, and she ended up becoming like a mother figure for all of the people that came through here. She literally went out of her way to drive people to their auditions, to listen to actors and writers, screenwriters that are having a hard time in Hollywood, would give them suggestions based on her experience of having people come through there, would let them cry on her shoulder, basically, and vent and let out the bad day or celebrate the good days they have. You know what I mean? So she sounded like a phenomenal lady.
Yeah.
By all accounts. And so he found that really interesting, and he ended up reaching out to Kathy. Kathy got him set up with a room. In April of 2009 is when he officially moved in, and right away became super close friends with Kathy. First name basis, communication, all that good stuff. All of exactly what you heard would happen at the Writer's Villa. And he got into his writing, and he loved the calm setting, and there are friends who made statements about how much he would brag about it, about enjoying it. So it just seemed like an amazing place, honestly. So, but not long after that, he started having a relationship with this lady named Diane, and she ended up getting pregnant, okay? And that changed his plans. So he ended up moving out of the Writer's Villa, even though he loved that place, ended up moving out of the Writer's Villa and moving in with Diane because he wanted to do the right thing, be a father, you know, all those normal good things. Well, 9 months later, a child comes out, and the child was born on April 6, 2010, and they had named the child Calumet.
Oh, no. That means only 2 years later the kid lost its father.
Yes.
At 2.
Yes.
That's sad.
Well, with new parent stress, or who knows what it was, there are no details on the why or whatever, they ended up breaking up. It ended up not working out. They broke up. He moved back in with his parents. She did whatever she did. It doesn't say much in the article of exactly what she did, but what it does say is they had a horrible custody battle. So whatever happened with the breakup, it wasn't a good thing, okay? So Diane and him were fighting tooth and nail. And he moved back home, and in 2011, October of 2011, and he had extra money saved up and everything, so I'll take a step back real quick. He just continued working on him, you know, because that's about a year from the time of the child's birth to October 2011. Well, one day he goes out on a motorcycle ride. One thing he liked to do was ride his motorcycle, and he would just ride long distances. And this time,
did he get into that with the Sons of Anarchy?
I don't know. Probably. Once you get on a motorcycle, it's an experience that you wouldn't think it would be until you're on it. I grew up on motorcycles, you guys. So, when you're on it, it's just different. It's just different. I remember before I started riding motorcycles, I didn't start riding at like 5 years old like some people do. I started like at 10 or 11 or something like that. And I remember being on the motorcycle and thinking like, whoa, this is way cooler than I thought, because you don't have, like, in a car, you have the hood in front of you. So it has a different feel. When you're on a motorcycle, there's nothing. It's just you and the road. So, it sounds so cliche, but it's true. Like, in your vision, there is nothing else. It's just the road, and it's passing by like the bottom of your eyesight so quick, and the wind against you and stuff like that. I don't know. It's hard to explain, but people that ride motorcycles, guaranteed, they're like, yeah, totally get it. For real.
I just really like watching the road go by fast in my peripherals.
Yeah. Yes, I do. It's calming. That when you get to a certain speed,
I know, because
like right
driving makes
like
me fall asleep. I know
60,
it's calming.
60 or 70 miles an hour, or when you're on a highway. It's even better when you're over 100 miles an hour, but it's calming with the white noise and the wind and the peripheral movement and everything just going by you. It's literally like you're in a tunnel. It's people who ride motorcycles will know what I'm talking about. But anyway, so he went on a ride that day. His life had been super stressful for the last year with the whole arguments, fights, custody battle, all that stuff. And he had a motorcycle accident 2 hours from home, okay, by himself. Had a motorcycle accident. Pulled himself together, got to the hospital, and explained the crash and everything to the doctors. The doctors said that he didn't have horrible injuries. They weren't bad enough injuries where he needed to stay or anything like that, but they were concerned about a head injury, okay? And this is why I'm talking about this story. I am terrified of head injuries. I have heard of so many people who have had head injuries and their whole life changes. Everything about them changes. Their character, who they are, their interests, how they handle situations. Like, head injuries are terrifying.
They are.
They tested him for a head injury and said that he came back negative for a concussion. There's not much more you can do. And so he went back home, and this is where the story changes, okay? I feel like up until now, I get a good idea of who he was. His whole everything changes. He comes home, okay, to his parents' house, immediately starts turning off all the lights in the house, super agitated, pacing around. When people would be asleep, he would be up walking around and making sure lights were turned off. Of course, there's other people living there, so they would turn them back on, and he would follow behind them and turn them off. And it got to a point where he cut the breakers to the house lights so no one could turn them on. Like, that's how escalated and serious it was, this light sensitivity that he was having. And well,
that's clearly a head injury.
I agree.
Why didn't they say, okay, let's go back to the hospital, dude?
His dad did. So his dad saw the weird, erratic behavior. I'm sure that he was doing research and trying to find out what's up. Why is my son all of a sudden different? What's going on here? And his dad tried to make him a new appointment. He actually did it on 2 separate occasions, but his character, his behavior had already changed. He's all of a sudden like anti-everything, leave me alone, I don't want anything to do with anyone. So he refused to go to those 2 doctor visits, and his dad didn't know what else to do. So he just continued living his life, and even his friends had made comments and mentions that he was acting different. And this is a really weird situation. So he was still going to like acting courses to continue his acting career, even though he didn't connect with the Sons of Anarchy position. And randomly, he was in an acting course, and he started talking with a British accent, okay? And people that were close to him in the acting course called him out and was like, hey, why are you doing that? You know, because it wasn't like he was acting a British accent. He was just talking in it, period. And he responds saying, what are you talking about? Had no idea.
What?
No idea he was talking in a British accent.
No way.
Yes.
That's so crazy.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, that would freak me out.
I know. So he continues living his life, you know.
That's kind of sad, though. Like, he's literally losing his mind
Oh, just
without having
wait.
any idea.
Just wait. So he goes for a walk one day, and he's really close to his house, probably like football field away. Hears someone screaming at the top of their lungs from a house. So trying to be a good citizen, he goes to try and figure out what's going on, thinks someone's in danger, and he can't find anything, but he enters the home, breaks into the house, okay?
Oh my God.
And he's searching in the house for this person that's screaming, and the two owners come home, these two guys, after he's already in there.
Oh, no.
They meet him in a room and say, like, whoa, what's going on? You need to leave. You need to get out of here. And instead of being like, look, this is what was going on. This is what happened. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, and see himself out, he grabs a massive glass jar and bashes both of them in the head with it. They hit the ground. They start wrestling with them, and it's two men. So we have three men fighting here, Johnny and two guys. They're able to get him down, to subdue him, while one of them calls 911, and they hold him until 911 gets there. He tells the police, they give their story. He tells the police that he was defending himself and tried to explain what was going on. The police didn't believe him, racked him up a whole bunch of charges. He got trespassing, burglary, and assault with a deadly weapon. So took him to jail, waiting to see the judge. He ended up spending 8 days in jail. And in those 8 days, he went from jail to a psych ward, because while he was in jail, he was nonstop bashing his head into the wall and his face, like all of it, into the brick walls there. I read mention that he tried to end himself by just acting erratic, acting crazy, okay, with not making any sense to it. So they moved him to a psych ward, and when his dad came and picked him up, he was in the psych ward, and the jail gave him a suggestion to go see a therapist, continue this and whatnot. But once he got home, he became a recluse again, and lights off, all that stuff, went right back to his behavior from before, and just closed off the world, told all his family, leave me alone, because those 8 days messed him up, really. But his parents did the best they could with him, gave him space, tried to get him to see a therapist, and he wouldn't. But over the next few months, it seemed like he was getting better, to the point where he ended up moving out again, and his parents were on board with it because he seemed like he was doing better. He moved out, and literally immediately after moving out, just a couple days, he gets arrested for decking someone, laying someone out, okay? And the cops are called, and the reason why he ended up laying this person out was, or there wasn't a reason why he laid him out. It was a random person in a random place in front of a yoga studio outside. He just lays him out, dude.
Wait,
Cops
so he
are
just
called.
walks by and just punches somebody in the face?
Pretty much, yeah. Pretty much.
What the heck?
I couldn't find other details than that. And they gave him charges, assault. He posted bail and got out. Now, in 2 more days, he runs in to the ocean fully clothed from what seems like trying to end himself. He ends up having to be saved and pulled out of the ocean and sent into the hospital for hypothermia. So super erratic behavior, okay?
Yeah, mega erratic. We established that.
Right. Well, he finally sees a doctor for a head injury. And this doctor ends up telling him that he doesn't believe it's a head injury, that he believes that it's a psych issue, like bipolar schizophrenia type situation, and he gave him meds. He's the right age. I checked.
He is the right age.
So at this time, he is 27 or 28 years old, and that is the right age for schizophrenia. I get it, but his problem started right after the crash. So we'll get to that.
He died at 28.
Yep, we'll get to that. So he refused to take the medication. He refused to get a second opinion, and he thought all these charges would be dropped and he would be able to get back to his normal self. Well, his lawyer suggested he take a plea for all these charges he racked up. He didn't agree with it, so he fires him and represents himself like a dummy, dude. More erratic behavior. He ends up going to see the court, and they give him 1 year of jail time for all these consecutive, okay? So he goes to jail, which 1 year would be in the local jail, so probably L.A. County. He gets sent in. Because of overcrowdedness, he only gets 6 weeks. They reduce it from 1 year to 6 weeks, and he gets let out.
Oh, that's some privilege, and his parents are Scientologists. So.
I mean, I don't think that's why. I would love to go tin hat there, but I don't think that's why. I've known people in L.A. County that were hardcore bikers, face tats and everything, that were supposed to get a year and did a day because they were so crowded.
But he got a year for all of that.
Yeah,
and he's rich with Scientologist parents. Like,
trust me, I would love to go there, but I don't.
Well, it's not even tin hat that the rich and Hollywood actors do not get the same treatment as us average folks. They do not.
Yeah,
they totally get off way more than us.
Yeah, and that we could probably look into that in a different story. But
yeah, go ahead.
I don't think there's anything questionable here. I think everything is completely standard based on my experience from living in LA. I would call it out if I saw it, for sure, all day.
I mean, you researched it. So.
He went to jail and ended up getting out and wanted to change his life. And he wanted to go back to what he had pre all of this situation. So he ended up reaching out to Kathy again to be in the writer's villa because that's where he had some of his best memories and times. So Kathy, friends with him, said, yeah, I still have that literally the same room available. Come on over. We'll take you, So he spends a couple days with his parents and ends up moving in the Monday after his release. Now, 2 days after his move-in is that first statement that I opened this story up with, okay? So only 2 days after being there, he's seen pacing back and forth in front of one of the neighbors' house, literally a direct neighbor right next to him. And after 15 minutes of pacing, the owner of that house, the neighbor, Dan Blackman, is literally watching him outside thinking, what is going on with this guy? All he's wearing is a pair of jeans and red shoes, no shirt, sweating profusely, pacing back and forth, talking to himself. And finally he walks up to the door, knocks on the door. He goes to look through the door, and all he could see is his eye, like he's looking in.
Oh,
so Dan opens the door and, hey, what's going on? And he says, hi, I'm John, your new neighbor. And before Dan can even respond, he turns around and walks away. Like super sporadic, erratic behavior. So,
oh my gosh.
Yeah, really weird situation. So he thought it was super weird, but went back to what he was doing, right? Now, 30 minutes go by from that encounter at the door, and Dan, the neighbor, hears screaming at the top of someone's lungs, He runs outside to see what it is because it's coming from outside, and it's his wife. His wife is standing at the driveway looking towards the back. Dan's coming out the door this way, and so he runs over to his wife to see what's going on and sees the situation, and there are two men back there, and one of them's laying on the ground. The other one is standing over him and just like giving it to him, man, with a weapon in his hand, a piece of wood, like a a big piece of wood and just laying into this guy. And he realized who it is. It's Johnny, who he just met, doing the hitting. And it is the painter they just hired to paint their back deck. So Dan runs over there, and remember, that was the first time he met Johnny, was at the door, and now 30 minutes later, this is going on. Runs over to Johnny, tries to get him to stop, yelling at him and everything, and he won't stop. So Dan, who is 70, tries to stop him, tries to get him to stop, tries to pull Johnny like away from the situation, and he had trouble doing it. Finally, he was able to wrap his arms around him, pull him away, and in one swift movement, as Johnny's being pulled away, he turns around and lays Dan out on the ground. 70-year-old man hits the ground, okay? Aww. Yeah. And Johnny's standing there over him, and Dan gets up and realizes that, you know, he doesn't have the same strength that Johnny does at 28 at his prime versus 70-year-old man. So the dude grabs a chair, okay? Dan grabs a chair, smashes it over Johnny's head, and he's completely unfazed. Doesn't do anything. Doesn't flinch. Doesn't try to move out of the way, doesn't do anything, just continues standing there. So he realizes, like, I am way over my head. He tells the painter, come on, helps the painter, grabs his wife, and they all run into the house, back to the front area, around to the front door. They get inside, they go to close the door, and Johnny sticks his arm in the door, okay? And they're literally trying to get this door closed like it's a scary movie, you guys.
Oh,
and
no.
he's trying to grab around the door, like, it won't let the door close. So they push on it as hard as they can, and he doesn't stop, completely unfazed. So they start slamming the door on his arm, and he doesn't stop. Finally, every time they do it is like with more momentum, he finally pulls his arm out. But what's important there is like the pain wasn't registering, you know?
Right.
And he runs away. Now, Dan is looking out the windows, terrified. This is a 70-year-old man. I'm sure his wife is similar age, and this painter who just got his world knocked out, you know? So he's looking out the window, and he sees Johnny just, like, running all over, just erratic, you know,
sorry,
not
that's
making
not
sense.
Really funny, but
it's a really weird situation.
I don't know. That's just really strange.
Yes.
Like, and thinking it reminds
he's
me
not
of that.
there.
It reminds me of the movie of the grandma.
Yeah, he's not
the
there.
rhino in the crossface.
I know. I remember what you're talking about.
Can you imagine, like, somebody just running crazy everywhere? Like, I would probably laugh, but be terrified.
Yeah, I mean, in this situation, he's probably in, you know, fight or flight or freeze mode, you know, based off of this. So he's on the phone with 911, telling him to get there. He sees Johnny run up his driveway, and there were two fences between his house and the Ryder's villa. And as he's on the phone with the police, Johnny literally jumps over one fence, like, in a not possible way.
Like superhuman?
And then there's like a 9-foot fence, and he easily hops over it, like without touching it, just boom. So again, that's
so he touched it.
That's him, yeah, with his hands.
Leaped.
But
okay.
What's important is in bouts of psychosis, you guys, there is not natural strength that can happen. It happens all the time. That's why, what is that? What is that drug called? I can't think of it right now. That gives super strength, that are known for fighting off 10 different officers at once.
Oh, PCP?
PCP puts people in psychosis, and it overrides so everybody's way stronger than they actually are, but their brain stops it so you don't give yourself injuries.
It's like with a car, like how it doesn't let you go past a certain
Correct.
speed, even though the car can go past that.
Exactly.
What is it called?
I don't know what it's called.
Burped.
I don't think it's important what it's called, but that's what happens in psychosis.
Mm-hmm.
So cops get to Dan, find out the story, find out what's going on. So they go over to the Ryder's villa to check out what happened. And as they're walking up, they see a man laying on the ground over there, and it's Johnny. He jumped off the roof and ended himself. Yeah.
What? Which roof?
Yeah,
How did that
the
happen?
Writers Villa roof. So they go in to investigate, okay, and they find Kathy first, and what they think happened, okay? So this is the best rundown. No one was there. No one can confirm because no one is alive anymore in this situation.
Oh, nobody is?
Nobody is alive. So after Johnny introduced himself to Dan in that really weird pacing way, okay?
Yeah.
They believe that he went over there, and they aren't sure if the introduction happened first or this happened first, but he went back home and he was sweating and out of it and having a break and everything, and went up to Kathy's room because she was in her bedroom and just started beating her until she hit the floor, and they believe that he grabbed a hammer, this old hammer, and beat her head.
Wait, he murdered the lady of the Writers Villa?
He murdered the lady of the Writers Villa. Yep. And right after that, he targeted her cat and did the same thing, one after another. They were the only ones in the Writers Villa at that time. He went outside, and the first person he saw in whatever this psychosis he had going on was the painter. The painter was outside. So his next target was the painter. Dan probably saved the painter's life in this situation, the 70-year-old man. And then that situation happened where Dan came out, heard his wife screaming, tried to stop it.
Okay, so they were all about to get murdered.
Yep,
if
probably.
He got in there.
Probably. And after that, he was seen running around aimlessly, ran back in the house, and the Writers Villa was 3 stories tall. Police labeled it an accident because they couldn't get confirmation if he jumped or not, but like, dude, you know.
He was alone.
Yeah, maybe he fell in his psychosis, but why was he up on the very tip top of the 3rd story in the first place? You know what I mean? So I just think that he was in psychosis brain, didn't know what was going on. Maybe he came to a little bit, just a little bit of, you know, his normal self came through to understand and see what he did. I don't really know.
And then felt guilt, and then...
It could be. We don't know because no one was there except for Dan in this horrible situation that he was seeing it from his own point of view. Now, everybody thought that he had to be on like meth, some crazy drug, something like that. Toxicology came back. Nothing. So, why I bring this up, and I think I've talked about head injuries quite a few times on live stream and on here, but head injuries are scary, you guys. If you ever yourself or know someone that has had a head injury, do not ever take that lightly. I would get an opinion if you have even one single symptom of character behavior changes. I would get a second opinion and third opinion, because what I have here, so I think this was a head injury. I do not think it was schizophrenia. However, could it be both? Maybe. He doesn't have a history of schizophrenia in his family, and that is known to be...
That's important.
Yeah, that is very important. So when I'm pulling this up, all right, so we have brain injuries from mild concussions to severe traumatic brain injuries, or TBIs, can cause a variety of physical symptoms, including headaches, vision problems, sleep difficulty, and sensitivity to light and sound. However, because brain injuries may damage connections in the brain that are responsible for regulating emotional and cognitive processes, they can also cause difficulty with memory, concentration, attention, decision-making, ability to express and regulate emotions or behaviors, and self-awareness. Any type of brain injury, regardless of severity, can cause personality changes, and some patients may not experience any personality changes at all. For patients who do experience personality changes, common symptoms include becoming quick to anger or frustration, Hello. Difficulty regulating emotions. Laughing or crying at inappropriate times. Losing the ability to express emotions, also called flat affect. Aggression, which can be alarming to patients and family members. Becoming obsessive or inflexible. So I see multiple of these. Also, the sensitivity of light is a very big...
It is a big one.
Yep. Absolutely.
It's a huge one that he had. That was for me right away. It's like, oh yeah, he had a head injury.
And did you know that he dated Katy Perry?
Yeah, I mean, when you Google, that's one of the first images that pop up, and it talks about her being devastated.
Yeah, she literally wrote 2 songs about him. The one that got away and Circle the Drain. It was because of their relationship. So, like, he was becoming big. He was going places, and this head injury changed everything about him, who he was. How terrifying is that?
It is terrifying.
It's scary. So, you know, I just wanted to be able to talk about this with you guys and let you know, like, pay attention to head injuries, man, because I have seen too many situations where they literally change a person's entire being.
Well, and that is a risk factor for serial killers. A very well-known risk factor for serial killers.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Yeah, and you know what? I think it's interesting because when I was a child, I had a pretty significant head trauma, and I went to the ER and I got scanned, and they said there wasn't a concussion, but yet my whole head was purple. Like, my whole forehead was swollen and purple. My nose, it was a strong enough impact to literally knock my teeth over. And I've always wondered, did I have head trauma? And that's like the worst place I think you can hit your head is right here on the forehead.
Yeah.
So I've always wondered, like, did I have head trauma? Did that, like, is there anything in my life that could indicate that? Like, clearly I didn't become a serial killer, despite what
Yeah.
people want to joke about in the chat.
Yeah. Save me.
But, I've always wondered about that, and then you hear, like, you know, veterans, like, losing their mind after head trauma, too. That's, like, another one because of, you know, explosions and other things that can cause head trauma.
TBIs.
Yep.
Traumatic brain injuries.
There's so much on it, and, like, he was rich enough, his family was rich enough, they could have went and got brain mapping done. Like, they could have got so much done to look at his brain if they just had known.
If you guys are ever in a situation where you have, like, a family member or loved one in a situation like this, dude, just 5150 them. Do not give them the choice. Do not risk whether they could wake up one day and end people near them. And you got to understand that
ruins their life for the rest of their life, too.
It's not even them.
No, it's not them.
That's not who they are as a person. It's this untreated brain trauma that they have to overcome. They got to be able to get to a point where their brain can heal and rewire and make different connections. So, like,
it's like wires are crossed. Is what it is. It's like,
well, your brain can break connections and rebuild them again.
Yeah.
So, like, you know, like a spider web. If you poke a hole in it, like, there's still all those other connections around there, and stays relatively the same, right? And you can poke holes in it, and it still has connections other ways to hold itself up. And a brain is in a similar way, and it actually recreates connections and makes more to work around the holes, the issues. So you got to be able to get to a point where your brain can repair, and that can take up to 12 months. Like this, it would be a commitment to fix things.
Years.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm terrified of head injuries, and I think people should be more aware of what they can do, because you might have one person that you love and then have a head injury. They go in the hospital, come out, and they're a completely different person. He didn't know that he was talking British. No idea with the lights, the quick to anger, the hearing screams and breaking in somewhere, and then thinking those two guys could be the ones causing the scream. Like, you know what I mean? He was a victim of himself in this.
Yeah.
He was a victim of himself in this. And this story is not well known, and I feel like it should be.
Oh, I had no idea about any of this.
No, me neither.
Which is kind of crazy. Maybe it's more well known than we realize, but...
Well, I found it from
I've
looking
never
at
heard of it before.
head injury ideas. I wanted to cover head injuries just because that interests me, and I think that there's a lot of ties to serial killers and other mass murders and things like that from head injuries. So,
Yeah.
But I would love to know what you guys think. If you have an example, a firsthand account of a situation like this, if you want to know more, if you want me to pull a list and do a story on all the known serial killers that have head injuries, like this kind of statistical evidence is super interesting to me. But I don't want to cover it if it's not super interesting to you guys too. So. But let me know what you think.
Yeah, it was super interesting. I just can't the way it ended, like I knew it was going to get bad, but I didn't know it was going to get that bad.
Yeah, it was a bomb.
Yeah, no kidding. I wanted to bring up Danny Masterson. Do you know who that is?
I do not, but I am awful with names.
Okay, so do you remember That So 70 show?
The 70? I
That
think
So
so.
70 show that had Ashton
Oh,
Kutcher,
yes.
Mila Kunis.
Yep.
Like all those people.
Yep. I mean, actually, I'm too young for that show.
Yeah. It wasn't in the 70s.
I know, I'm joking.
It started in 1988. That's a 70 show. Danny Masterson was Hyde.
Okay.
So he's the one with like the short, curly,
Yep.
like Jufro type thing.
Yep.
So, did you know about the sexual assault allegations that he was facing?
No.
Okay, well, he's been convicted of 2 grapes.
Convicted?
Convicted and sentenced to 30 years to life in prison.
Oh my gosh.
And he was a huge, like, deal in Scientology.
And there's no murder?
No, there's no murder.
And they convicted him 30 to life? That is great news. Normally you don't...
You do not get convictions like that with grape.
No. Wow.
So he has 5 accusers, and their accounts of what he did to them are, like, horrible. It's, like, legit grape. Like, no question, no doubt. Like, he treated them like a rag doll. Almost all of them said that's how they felt. Like, he would literally pick them up and throw them and put them in positions. Like, he wanted full and complete control.
Yeah, so trigger warning.
This is a huge trigger warning, yes.
Trigger warning, trigger warning, trigger warning.
So, he, like I said, he was a big deal in Scientology, and I feel like that is the most interesting aspect to this story. I don't want to go too deep into the allegations. I just want to mention, like, some highlights from it. In the trial, he was said to show no emotion whatsoever, which reporters always call that out, like, that serial killer showed no regret. I'm like, well, duh.
Yeah.
He's a serial R-wordist. He is not going to show any regret. He doesn't have any regret for doing that.
Yeah.
Like, they just don't.
Yeah,
they're a different
agreed.
breed of people.
Well, I think a good unbiased approach to that too is, even if you are looking at somebody who isn't a sociopath and does have empathy in a situation, you might not necessarily see it in a courtroom because they are worried for themselves. I mean, it's a human quality, self-preservation, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But yes, when you're looking at a sociopath, agreed, you're not going to see it. Actually, you might see something because they're faking it.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So if he was showing something, I do think that would be the case,
Yes.
is that he would be faking it.
For sure.
But I find it interesting. The jury was deadlocked on the 3rd count. Like, there was And I believe he actually went to court for these some of these in the past too, because he has 5 accusers and they couldn't convict him. This was like kind of a big deal. And there is lots of accusations of the Church of Scientology suppressing these victims, and also what it sounds like having ties to the LAPD in some instances.
I'm sure.
And I think this really highlights the issues with the Church of Scientology. I've watched multiple documentaries on the Church of Scientology, and the way they roped in celebrities to make this church like a big deal, and their tactics, and like how they believe in like these past lives, and like these like interrogation almost tactics that they do
with their weird box.
Yeah, and how they absolutely will destroy your life if you do anything to speak up against them.
Yep.
I saw that the niece of the founder signed like was it 8 billion year contract when she was 8 years old or something like that. I could be off on the numbers, but I know she was like a little kid and signed like a multi-billion year contract with the Church of Scientology, which is supposed to sign away all of her reincarnated lives in the future.
Yep.
What now? Like, this church was created by a science fiction writer. Why are we...
Who was on his boat for his whole life running from law enforcement. Literally.
Why are we allowing this cult to exist still? It is a cult. Like, straight up, it's a cult. There is no doubt about it. It has all of the defining factors of a cult. So why is it like this prestigious church in LA that is allowed to run?
Isn't it weird? My last story, they were Scientologists.
That's why I brought it up, honestly, because I was like looking into this story and I'm like, no way, they're Scientologists. That's why he got such little time. But you said it seemed like everything was okay. I just know that within the LAPD and the justice system in LA, the Scientologists, they have ties. They have ties to very rich, powerful people. Mm-hmm. They're extremely manipulative. They are extremely, like, future-sighted. They plan very far in advance.
Could Scientology just be a fraternity? That's how it runs.
Yeah, it is how it runs, but it's also a cult.
Yeah. Yep. It is, if they believe what they preach. I wonder how high up you have to go in the chain before they stop believing what they preach.
Well, these allegations were brought forth, and the LAPD finally launched an investigation in 2017. I mean, they were brought forth way before then, like by some of the victims, but officially the LAPD started looking into him in 2017, and he started losing jobs because of it.
Good. So, I'm glad they charged him with what they did and gave him the sentence that they did, because we've already talked on here multiple times about how sexual-based assaults are too lenient in their time served. It is too lenient in a lot of situations.
In my opinion, when you have a serial rapist, these sexual crimes that are repetitive in nature, at this point, the rate of this person reoffending is almost certain. It is like 80 to 90%. It is almost certain they will do it again, no matter what punishment you give them.
Yeah.
So at that point, when we look at those statistics, why are we letting these people back out on the streets?
Without ankle monitors and checking computers, yeah.
They need to, if they're going to be out in society, they have to have, like, safety guards, okay? Like, there needs to be some kind of eyes on them at all times. Mm-hmm. So then why let them back in the public? Like, I would rather us stop locking up drug addicts so we can lock up all the offenders. Mm-hmm. Drug addicts are the ones who need to be in rehabs. Sex offenders need to be in prison.
Yep.
And they can get some help in there. Like, I feel like mental health needs to be treated more in the prison system. Like, I feel like there needs to be a psychologist and therapist and stuff in there working at all times, to just being honest.
Yes.
But, so there are 2 Jane Does that have not been, like, they have not been identified with the victims. Like, they don't want to be acknowledged. They're anonymous.
Sure.
And they were Scientologists. They were a part of the church. So one of them, Jane Doe 1, claims that in 2003 he gave her drinks, and then she was feeling like nauseous, and they were in a jacuzzi, and then she started not being able to see straight.
Oh, no.
So he picks her up, takes her to the bathroom, makes her throw up, puts her in the shower, washes her body without her consent, and then takes her to the bed and assaults her. And at that point, when she's struggling and punching him, he pulls out a gun and puts it to her head and says,
way.
He says, be quiet in the most mean way possible that you can imagine. I'm trying not to curse here. You know, shut up, but with the F word, okay? And holds it to her head. She tries to come out, talks to people at, you know, the Church of Scientology, asked to be able to report him. She literally asked for permission and is denied. She comes out anyway in 2004, and then the chief of the LAPD, the chief of police, says, you have no idea how effed you are.
To her?
Yeah.
No way.
It says the chief. Is there a chief in the church? I'm assuming that she later wrote to the churches and okay, no. It's the church's justice chief. I was getting they're talking about 2 police officers here.
Got it.
It's 2 separate people. The church's justice chief, okay, says you have no idea how effed you are. And then the LAPD did not pursue charges at that time. And it left her feeling scared. So she signed an NDA and accepted $400,000 as a settlement from Danny Masterson, and said that she got pressured into it by him and the church. Super messed up. Then a former girlfriend claims that it was normal for her to wake up to him raping her, and that there were multiple accounts of like domestic violence, and this all happened in like 2001. The church apparently ran a terror campaign against her, tried to ruin her life, and all of these women say that, you know, that the church really messed with them. I know one of these women said that they even, like, made it look like she was some kind of, like, porn actor or, like, it was, like, maybe an escort. They basically were falsely posting stuff online like she was a sex worker. So then there's Jane Doe 2, said she pled for him to stop, and he treated her like a rag doll, and did it so forcefully that she felt like she was going to vomit and that she lost control of her faculties.
Jeez,
yeah.
Man, that's so hard to listen to.
These are violent. I just wanted to, that's all I'm going to speak on to it anymore, because it is horrible, but I want to acknowledge that these are multiple accounts, even women who want to be anonymous because they're so terrified, and it's violent. It is vile allegations. It is horrible. Every single one of these is sickening, like so sickening, and the treatment they received by Danny and people close to him and the Church
just
of
like
Scientology.
Pushing it under like it's not important. It sounds like that's so ridiculous.
Exactly. That is exactly what they did. So he ended up getting a retrial after the jury was deadlocked. And the retrial was late April of this year, and he was found guilty on 2 accounts.
Good.
So in April, the Church of Scientology released a statement distancing itself from the women's allegations, insisting it has no policy prohibiting or discouraging members from reporting criminal conduct of members. Of course.
Yeah, you know how many people have come out against the Church of Scientology?
So many.
Yeah, one of the main ones is, oh gosh, what's that TV show with the couple, the husband and wife? It's a comedy. They're in New York. He delivers packages.
Oh, are they like a overweight kind of?
Yep.
Something. Oh gosh, I can't remember. I can't remember right now.
But it will have been posted here for our
I know
visual
what you're talking
viewers.
about, though.
Or wait, King of Queens? Yes, I think so.
Maybe.
I think it's
can't
King
remember.
of Queens. And she was in Scientology for a very long time, tried to come out. They literally kidnapped her and forced her into a camp that wouldn't let her go, and forced an NDA signature, all kinds of stuff. It was wild stuff, to the point where it's so wild that a lot of people came out and were like, there's no way this is true. It's impossible this is true. And it ended up being true.
Well, there's many accounts of stuff like this. Like,
jeez.
That's what I'm saying. This is a proven cult. I don't understand why it's being protected in this way. Like, why is it not labeled officially an occult by the federal government and illegal for them to congregate?
How did they get their no tax status? Like,
it is only because they have powerful friends in high places.
Probably.
So as I said, after the trial, he's found guilty on 2 counts, okay, of grape, and it was basically hinted at throughout that he was drugging them, but I feel like that's never been officially, like, it's never been officiated, you know? But that is the assumption, that he was drugging them.
I mean, it sounds like it based on that first-hand account.
Yeah.
The only thing that would make it more sure is if one of them got tested right after at the hospital. So.
Right, which I don't think happened, unfortunately.
It's very uncommon right after, because there's so much emotional distress in these situations that a lot of times it takes a couple days for people to get their head back on straight, to be like, gosh, I should have done this, I should have done that, and they're like in zombie mode because it's so
you're
horrible.
Emotionally shot, you're mentally shot, like,
yes.
There is nothing other than, like, I mean, assault in any kind of way can be extremely jarring,
yes.
But especially in this way, it literally makes you, like, go numb afterwards.
Yes.
You know? It's almost like the most intense depression you've ever had. So he was sentenced 30 years to life, and then 12, right before his sentencing hearing, there was over 50 letters written by people who knew him that all claimed how good of a person he was. And among those people were his wife, Ashton Kutcher, and Mila Kunis.
No way.
That is what is getting all of the rumors going, and people like, what is going on here? Because Ashton Kutcher created Thorn, which is like a company that is for exploited children, like human trafficking. That they developed like some kind of software that is supposed to help catch traffickers, and that's incredible. Like, it's absolutely incredible. But people are now speculating, like, what is up with that? Are they Scientologists? So it's weird that his wife writes this letter, and then 12 days later, after he's sentenced, then she files for divorce under what is it called? Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Why can I not pronounce that right now?
I don't know.
Irreconcilable. Oh my gosh, it's so embarrassing. I know this word.
Irreconcilable differences.
Whatever, you know what I mean. there's a brain block. I got like a brain block going on right now. So, yeah, she files for divorce, says the priority remains her daughter, which was a big part of her letter, was about their daughter and basically how she needed her father, which, sure, but when her father is a predator, I mean, how much does she really need him in her life? Like, how healthy and good of a father can he be if he's out here doing this? And was he doing it to his wife?
Abusing women.
Was he doing it to his wife?
I mean, based off the statement from the ex, unless you have consent ahead of time for touching while they're asleep, I mean...
Exactly. Like, he's done this to girlfriends, not just, like, random women that he picked up. These are women he knew.
Yep.
Anyway, so the victims, right before its sentencing, had their powerful impact statements, and then the judge had all of these letters from people. So Mila Kunis, said in her letter, "Throughout our time together, Danny has proven to be an amazing friend, confidant, and above all, an outstanding older brother figure to me." And her role was Jackie in That So 70s show. "His caring nature and ability to offer guidance have been instrumental in my growth, both personally and professionally." She also said, "As a father and husband and father to his daughter, has been nothing short of extraordinary. Witnessing his interactions with his daughter has been heartwarming and enlightening. He prioritizes his family, education, happiness above all else, demonstrating his unwavering commitment to being loving and responsible parent. As a father, he leads by example, instilling in her values that reflect integrity, compassion, and respect for others." And this is just part, okay? And she also mentions that his unwavering commitment to discouraging the use of drugs. Wow. Really impressive.
Oh man, yeah, that is. I mean, does that drug statement even matter when you have a man that is violently assaulting women?
None of it matters. Everything she said was irrelevant.
Yeah, I agree.
She says this is relevant because it makes me question her. "His influence on me in this regard has been invaluable. In an industry where the pressures and temptations of substance use can be overwhelming, he played a pivotal role in guiding me away from such destructive paths." Yeah.
It kind of sounds like, I don't know. It almost sounds like an abusee, a little bit.
So there have been allegations of inappropriate contact and just things that went on in the filming of the 70s show because Mila was super young, super young. I can't remember the age. You should look it up. How old was she when she's in 1998? Maybe you could just look up how old she is now. But that's when they started filming, was 1998. Probably a year before that, honestly, because the first season, it usually takes about a year to film.
14?
Yeah, she was a young teenager when they started this. Yep. And there have been allegations that there was some inappropriate stuff, kind of. I don't know exactly what, but it's been mentioned. I mean, it's kind of interesting because Ashton Kutcher would have been an adult, I believe, at that point, and then they end up getting married. So Ashton Kutcher said he's an excellent role model and dedicated and loyal husband. He also portrayed him and describes how he gallantly defended a defenseless woman. There's an account of that. There was an incident where we went to a pizza parlor and a belligerent man entered who was berating his girlfriend. We had never met or seen these people before, but Danny was the first person to jump and defend this girl.
Yeah. I'm sure that was the case. I don't doubt that at all. I think a lot of times when we see sociopathic tendencies, as long as there's a crowd, they're going to do the right thing. That sells the image, that gets the manipulation really driven home into who they are with everyone watching. But again, we go back to who are they in the dark?
Exactly.
What monster comes out in the dark?
Like John Gacy, he was an outstanding citizen.
Right.
Everybody thought he was incredible. Secretly, he was abducting little boys and assaulting them and killing them. Like,
exactly.
I mean, BTK is another one. He's a family man. Rex Heuermann. Like, there's lots of, great citizens and family men who end up being terrible, horrible, disgusting monsters. So he also talks about how he helped Danny, like Ashton saying that Danny helped raise money for first responders of 9/11. He was so kind on set. He never saw my friend be anything other than the guy I've described. He also mentions the allegations. While I'm aware that the judgment has been cast as guilty on 2 counts of rape by force, and the victims have a great desire for justice, I hope that my testament to his character is taken into consideration in sentencing. I do not believe he is an ongoing harm to society, and having his daughter raised without a present father would be a tertiary injustice in and of itself. So the letter surfaced a day after the judge, Charlene Olmedo, sentenced him. So Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis put out an apology video to for the victims. Like, we weren't trying to discredit them or say that he's not guilty. Like, they put out an apology video. I'd be really curious to watch it with you on stream at some point. But what do you guys think is up with this? Like, a lot of people are alleging that they think Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis are probably in the Church of Scientology, and it's like a secret. They don't want people to know. They have some kind of allegiance there, and that's why they're doing this. It's really odd for them to write these character statements after he's been sentenced of such brutal, disgusting crimes and act like he is the most amazing man ever.
Yeah, it is really strange. I don't understand it either. And they're sure that it wasn't some kind of issue, like they intentionally wrote it after he was convicted?
They did write it after he was convicted.
Yeah, that's so strange.
Before sentencing. So these are character letters for the judge to take into consideration. So the victims will give an impact statement.
Yep.
And then the judge has these letters of this person's character, and he takes that into consideration in how long or how bad should it be? Like, has this person impacted a lot of people positively? How many people have they affected negatively? Are they, should they ever be back in society? Are they a threat to society? Things like that.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Ashton literally says he's not an ongoing threat, and his daughter needs a father. And the wife says the same thing, saying that he was a life-saving partner. She's heartbroken he's not there with them. Every day's difficult. Basically saying he's never smoked a joint in his life.
Dude, that's so weird to even detail that, because weed's legal.
Oh, I know. Why do they keep talking about drugs? It makes no sense. She said, I know he's been convicted of serious crimes, but the man I married has only been an extraordinary husband to me and and a devoted father to our daughter. And also that they have phone calls daily to jail with him and his daughter.
I mean, that's all fine and dandy, but...
And there's lots of other people who worked with him that are also writing these letters. There's 50 letters.
Is there any possibility that the victim's stories can be untrue? Do we know anything about the case?
I mean,
or was it very open, closed, cut, dry?
It wasn't cut
proof
dry.
That they were together, and you know what I mean?
I didn't watch the trial. All I have is the after, the articles written after.
Yep.
And they tell about the victims' stories and stuff, and they talk about the retrial and how the jury was deadlocked and could not make a decision the first time, and then this second time they said he was guilty for 2, but then we're like, we don't know about the other. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So they didn't find him guilty. So, I mean, it clearly can't be that cut and dry, or else he wouldn't have had to have a retrial the way Y&W Melly is, because the jury was deadlocked. They didn't know. I don't know if that means he has excellent lawyers that are just raising a lot of doubt. I don't know if that means that, you know, there's not enough substantial proof here. I don't know if it's because Scientology literally is that powerful. I don't know.
I don't know either. I'd be curious to look into it a little bit more and try and dig a little bit deeper, because you're right. I mean, it's super interesting. And he was a committed Scientology member?
Oh yeah. And here is a picture of Mila Kunis, Wilmer Valderrama, Ashton Kutcher, Lauren Prepon, and Masterson, all members of, you know, or cast from That So 70 show at the 11th annual Christmas Stories fundraiser, December 2003. And a lot of people have brought attention to this. This article is literally labeled "How Danny Masterson Wooed Ashton Kutcher to Scientology." So, I mean, there's a lot of people that believe he got them into Scientology. And multiple of the cast and friends of his. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I think
that's interesting.
I think that the fact that multiple women wanted to remain anonymous through all of this says a lot. They're afraid. Yeah. So I would be interested to watch a trial. I more wanted to ask questions about this, and I feel like the Church of Scientology has a proven track record of hiding things.
Were all the victims Scientologists?
Not all of them.
Okay.
Not the girlfriend. The Jane Does were.
That's very interesting.
So it's great risk to them personally to come out and say something like this, which makes me believe it.
Yeah, because Scientology would have some background history on them, know enough to be dangerous type situation. Yeah.
Yes, that's what makes me believe it more than anything, is the great personal risk of going against the church, because they literally, like, launch campaigns to destroy these women's lives.
Yeah, I get it.
I don't doubt that, because they have a proven track record of doing it.
Yeah, I get it. I get it.
I mean, I want to know, like, why would they go to this if they weren't Scientologists? Like, just for him? Just to be nice for him?
Maybe. I think there's good evidence there. It's just a big leap, though, too. So without having some kind of picture, some kind of proof, something like that. Like, I understand this, and I do think that it's a realistic possibility that they could be going there for him. And with how Scientology is, I mean, Scientology runs off Hollywood stars being open about it. Like, Tom Cruise, you know, on Oprah, and all these Hollywood stars. I think Scientology gets people in there, and they have so many connections that they can make or break a Hollywood actor or actress. So, you know, if you get in there early, I bet Scientology boosts your
You have
career.
tons of connections at that point. You can network like crazy.
Yes.
Lauren Prepon, she was a Scientologist who renounced it and got out of it. So I would be interested in what she knows. She hasn't come out, I don't think, and really, like, spoke against the church. She just said it wasn't aligning with her anymore. And Mila Kunis is Jewish. Like, she is Jewish.
Yeah.
Like, they have Shabbat every week. Like, she is an active participant in that religion with her family. So I don't know how much weight there is to them being Scientologists. But I do think those...
The letters are still interesting.
The letters, though, like, if my friend was convicted of that, like, unless I totally didn't believe it at all, which in that case, I would be publicly saying this isn't true, which they are not, then I would not do that. I would not write a letter like that.
Yeah.
That seems so strange to me.
It does. It does. It feels very, 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 very weird. Yes, it does.
I just don't know what to think about it, and I want to know what everyone else thinks about it. Why did they write these letters?
Let us know why you think they wrote them, because the timing is weird. It wasn't written to the judge before anything. Well, I guess that wouldn't have mattered because the jury, it was just for the sentencing. Yeah, I got you.
No, it was written for that specific purpose of getting leniency on his sentence. That's why there's 50 letters. Like,
I just thought it was weird timing, but
it's not.
You're right. Yeah, it's not. It's not. I don't know what I was thinking. It's just getting late.
You're just getting tired.
Yep.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah, I want to know the why. I want to know what they were thinking, and I feel like their apology video doesn't really tell us that. So
no.
But yeah, that's all I got on that for now.
Let us know what you think. Let those thoughts riot in the comments below.
For sure.
Okay, so we got to talk about this again. There is no way we can't talk about it, okay? The two star-crossed lovers, Jodi Hildebrandt and Ruby Franke.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
And what has come out since then? Quite a bit, okay? Quite a bit has come out. There's been more information coming out about Kevin. There has been, which is the husband, if you guys are, this is your first time watching us. There has been the search warrants that were approved, 3 of them, for Jodi Hildebrandt's house and stuff. And I figured we could go through that, touch on the Kevin stuff a little bit, talk about some of the new information coming out, because, like, man, I got issues with all of this, and I really think that it's only going to go deeper. I really, really, really do. And one thing we didn't have is some of the details around the wounds and how bad it was for the children. And another reason why I wanted to bring it up is a couple people had made some comments about the situation in live stream the other day. And I just thought it would be a good idea to reaffirm or explain or clarify some of that stuff. Now, question number 1. Gosh, my nose is still bothering me. Question number 1. Have you seen the new person to come out to speak against Jodi?
Who?
Trey Warner, who was a client?
I did see a client, but I don't know if that's him or not. I'm not sure.
He kind of looks like he's from, like, Orange County, trucker hat style, like, bro-looking dude.
Okay.
So he came out. This guy, Trey Warner, I'm sorry, newest client to speak out publicly. He says, quote, word for word, Jodi was good at using shaming tactics to pit couples against each other. Also really good at gaslighting and convincing people that they were too dangerous to be around other people, aka isolation. So,
the angry comments coming into the Connections Classroom social media pages now are just the beginning, according to former client Trey Warner. He joined a support group at the recommendation of a friend trying to improve his marriage. But after a while, he says he grew more suspicious of what Jodi Hildebrandt was teaching.
It started to feel more and more evil. And I finally, in one of the group meetings, I got up and I just said, this is off.
Warner claims Hildebrandt would use shaming tactics to turn husbands and wives against each other, adding that she would convince men that their impure thoughts made them dangerous to their families. He says he saw one case during a group session.
There was a man that had a successful business that believed that he was a danger to his wife and his family because he did a double take. As a woman, like if he saw a beautiful woman, he would see and he'd look again. This guy got his own apartment and separated from his family because he was a danger.
In some cases, Warner claims husbands were separated from their families for so long, they were considering.
They felt so sick and like such a failure that they just felt like they shouldn't be here anymore.
he talks a little bit about this. Adam Steed talks a little bit about this. Have you heard how Jodi set up her courses?
A little bit, but
With phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3?
Oh no, I haven't heard those details.
So when you first come into her course, okay, there are 3 levels, and they increase in severity as you go along. And Adam Steed was saying that in phase 1, it's just a bunch of super positive, happy people getting together. You're there with your wife or husband, and you're joking about the issues you have, like with the codependency, and kind of making it lighthearted, and showing that, hey, everybody has problems like this. We can get through it. We can get through it together, building bonding. To me, what I hear is that's the manipulation level. She's getting the buy-in right there.
Yep, I knew you were going to say that, the buy-in.
Yep, and, making people feel like, one, they have issues, okay, which everybody does, you guys, everybody.
Yeah, literally everyone.
Yep, every single person out there. And then, 2, making it fun and making them not feel bad about it. Stroking ego, you know what I mean?
Okay.
So, and then phase 3 or 2, it gets more serious where they start focusing directly on the couple, and then they split them up and start working separately.
Individually.
Yep, individually. So,
which therapists do that. They will have couples therapy and then work one-on-one.
That's not the splitting up we're talking about.
But
when we're talking about
no.
splitting up, we're talking about separating the husband and wife, not splitting up the therapy sessions. Now,
literally driving a wedge between them.
Correct.
Is what you mean.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Suggesting that they move out from each other, suggesting they don't sleep together, suggesting that, one parent takes control of the kids while the other just goes somewhere else.
Well, the
Normally
wife.
it's the man that goes somewhere else. And
the wife
just
controls
really
the kids.
Sick tactics. Really, really sick tactics. Now, another interesting fact for you guys. Did you know that Jodi Hildebrandt had men's courses and she ran them?
Yeah.
What? That is not okay.
No.
A woman running a men's course?
No. That.
What kind of relatability would you have?
None.
That alone sounds weird. And
I don't know. She's a butch lesbian, I guess. So.
In my opinion, right. I guess maybe she fit in with those groups more than the women's. I don't know, but joking, obviously, kind of. But,
kind of.
There's something wrong there. When you go see a therapist and you're going to a men's group, it is not a men's group led by women. It is a men's group led by a man so that you guys can relate to other men.
Yeah.
Understand how you're feeling like you can open up. You have similar issues. You have similar desires. A man's brain thinks a certain way. A woman's brain thinks a certain way. You bond and work through it and figure things out together.
Yeah, that's like being a victim of SA and then going to a group with a bunch of offenders. Literally a group for offenders.
Yeah.
Not survivors.
Yeah.
Or
yeah, we
being
did talk about that.
Yeah, or being a woman, in like a women's assault group, survivors of that, and it being ran by a man. Like, it can make them extremely uncomfortable. It's not a conducive environment for opening up, being vulnerable, and healing.
Yes.
It's just not.
I was blown away by it, though. Absolutely blown away, because I've been involved in men's groups before, and I never, ever have I heard of, seen anything having to do with a woman running a men's group. That just defeats the purpose. It's pointless there. Mm-hmm. So, now, did you hear about the audio of the panic room?
No.
So there is a panic room under her garage.
Okay.
Yeah, so apparently there's stairs down, and there's the garage of the house, which you guys that watching will have seen a picture, and, excuse me, there is a panic room there. Now, in one of the search warrants, it talks about some of the details and comments that one of the kids give, okay? And they call it Fort Knox. The reason why they call it Fort Knox is there's a room down there with what looks like a bank door on it. And the officer describes it as a big door that has a wheel on the front, like a safe wheel on the front. And he says that it says Liberty Safe Company, and they also mentioned that if there were more kids there, that's where they would probably be, and they mentioned they want to get into there.
Hey LT, there's a panic room inside the garage, downstairs underneath the garage. Passages through the safe door, the Liberty Safe. Yeah, he says it's downstairs and it's underneath one of the garages, and he's calling it a safe room. He said something about Fort Knox, so I don't know if it has a Fort Knox door or safe on it, but that's what he's talking about. Okay, well, we've got it, but we can't get into it. My guess is that would be where they're at. He says it's a large room, it's a panic room. This one says Liberty Safe Company, it's got a big wheel on the front.
Now, here's a question, okay? Why would the wheel to open it be on the outside for a panic room?
It wouldn't be.
It shouldn't be.
It wouldn't be.
Right. But it is.
No, you're trying to lock people in it.
More than likely, that's what it feels like.
Yeah.
That's what it feels like here. That is an issue. That's an issue.
I mean, but with a safe door, how would you open it from the outside if the wheel was on the inside? Safe doors aren't typically made to be opened from the inside.
This is a panic room, not
Yeah.
a safe.
Right, so why would you have like a safe door?
I don't know.
It just doesn't make sense.
It
None
doesn't
of it
make
makes
sense. It's not a panic room then.
No.
It's something else.
It's a vault, like
It's-
what Rex Heuermann had in his basement.
Maybe. Yeah. Maybe that's the same type of behaviors.
I guess.
You were seeing those sociopathic behaviors that need to hide things away, or in this situation, children. So, they postponed the next court hearing
Okay.
with these two women because, in parentheses here, because of copious amounts of discovery that they still need to dig through.
Oh, gosh.
The evidence, you guys, is overwhelming. It's stacking. It's piling up. I think there are going to end up being more charges than 6 counts.
Oh, gosh.
There has to be.
Oh, yeah.
There has to be.
There's definitely going to be. I wonder if victims of Jodi are going to come out and start pressing charges.
I mean, they slowly are. We're starting to see
they're
people
talking.
coming out and talking, which is step one to coming out and you know, bringing against charges or speaking out against their situation, which could bring more criminal charges.
This looks so bad.
Yeah, I think it's a good thing. I'm happy to see these things.
Yeah.
I'm glad that they're postponing it because of copious amounts of evidence. Now, do I want to know more right now? Absolutely, I do. But I understand that more information is coming out, and I'll gladly wait if it means that these women get put away.
Yeah. Especially Jodi, more than anything. Like,
No, both of them.
yes, both of them, but Jodi has a proven track record of doing so much to so many people.
I get it,
Ruby is an
but-
abusive mother, yes, and I don't think she should have custody of her kids.
No.
And I think she should be locked away in prison. But Jodi, I think, should never get out.
Yeah, I don't think Ruby should.
Really?
No. What do you mean? Absolutely not. No.
Never?
Never. No.
I don't know. I don't think she should necessarily, but I just think that
she has a decade worth of child abuse, 2 decades worth of child abuse.
You're right, but I'm speaking simply here on the law and charges and how much can be brought against Jodi. A lot can be brought against Ruby, but we only have her with her kids. Jodi has many families spanning years.
Yeah, I get it. I think they are equally bad.
I think they are equally bad too.
So
I'm just saying.
I don't think Jodi is worse. I think they are equally bad, and I think they're just different abusers with different tactics and different reasons and different approaches and everything. So, in the search warrant, it gives some details around what took place. So when the 12-year-old ran over to the neighbor's house and the cops got there, in exact words, they talk about the wounds on his legs are pretty good, the cop says. He will need medical care. He is malnourished.
Hey, 314, the wounds on his leg are pretty good. 10-4. Control 12X11, 314 as well. The child looks very emaciated.
And it talks about that in the search for these items. It talks about how deep they are, like you brought up the other time we talked about this. Once they got to the hospital, all the experts confirmed that yes, these children were malnourished, confirmed in this situation. Now, using the search warrants,
so how deep were the cuts?
I mean, how do you judge how deep a cut is?
You said they talked about how deep they were.
Yeah, they said the wounds on his legs are pretty good, making a statement that they look deep.
So, am I mistaken, or did I hear that the duct tape was holding the wounds together?
No.
No? Because I thought I heard that somewhere, but I can't remember where I heard that. Maybe not, though.
No.
Maybe I'm mistaken.
No. So, what we can gather from the search warrant, you guys, is that Jodi herself was, or at least the most recent time, okay? We don't know if Ruby ever did it, but Jodi would tie them to the ground. Okay. To the ground, okay? And we don't know yet how they were tied to the ground, and what I mean by that is to what posts, okay? We know it was to the ground. We know it was with thick rope. We know that she used, devices like carabiners, and I read somewhere that she was covering the wounds with duct tape to prevent more damage from happening. I don't know what's true. I don't know if the wounds are... if the duct tape was used to also tie them up. We haven't got confirmation of that yet. I just wanted to lay out what they could be. Could it be that they already had wounds on their arms and legs because of being tied up for so long that they covered their wrists and ankles and then tied around it?
That's what it sounds like.
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah.
But here's another interesting piece. So we got confirmation that they were using cayenne pepper and honey on open wounds. What is going on here? I looked that up, okay, because a lot of people had brought up the fact that, hey, that is a home remedy. That is a home remedy.
Honey is. I didn't think cayenne pepper.
Cayenne pepper is, but out of all the research that I did, it says everywhere that you do not use cayenne pepper on an open wound. Cayenne pepper has anti-inflammatory traits, okay? So if you have an inflamed leg or wound, you can use cayenne pepper around the inflammation on the wound. It shouldn't be used in the wound. We got confirmation that it is being used in the wound. So is this intentionally being used instead of Neosporin or peroxide or anything else other than something that is going to hurt so bad with the intention of harming further. It makes me wonder.
I mean, her whole goal was to make you so uncomfortable that you will,
Release the demon.
Confess your sin, yeah, and get free of distortion. She believed that distortion could not exist, and sin and all these negative things could not exist if you were truly honest. And if you're truly honest, then your life is perfect. There's nothing wrong with you anymore, and you are perfect. That's what Jessie, her niece, was saying, was that she was declining physically and mentally. So Jodi thought was becoming more harsh and making her more uncomfortable, and it was just escalating, because she believed that the more she declined, the more dishonest she was being, and
my gosh.
So it was getting worse and worse and worse, and it was this like cycle effect. Like, because she's declining, that means she's being even more dishonest. So I need to be harsher and make her more uncomfortable and make her sleep in the snow. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
it's insane.
Yeah.
But that's what it kind of sounds like. Maybe that was like, okay, there's wounds from being tied up. These kids are declining. It's because they're being more dishonest. So, like, I'll treat your wound with something I know will help, but it's also going to hurt really bad.
I have no idea. All I know is it's psychotic.
It is absolutely
it is
psychotic.
Psychotic and makes no sense.
These poor kids.
And these women both need to be put away for a long time. Because here's the thing.
This is torture.
Wounds from a rope do not just... It's not like putting a knife to the skin, okay? It takes... I mean, sure, if you're tied up and you're pulling super hard, I mean, wounds could happen pretty quick.
In a day, yeah.
I assume that's not what was going on here, especially since there was an attempt to repair, heal, or fix the wounds and continue tying to the floor.
And clearly they were malnutrition, so... Clearly, this is like long-term abuse and torture.
Yeah.
That is my main issue, is straight up, this is torture.
Yeah.
This is not just neglectful parenting, abusive parenting. They were torturing the kids. Like medieval torturing.
Yep. Well, I mean, think of it, you guys. They were tied up, like, arms and legs on the ground. And not being fed properly, not getting water properly. One thing that they said in the search warrant is they were looking for a red liquid that they got a statement from the 12-year-old boy that Jodi was making them drink. What could that be?
Drugging them?
A red liquid. What would drugging them do unless they're abusing them while they're drugged?
Red liquid sounds like Kool-Aid with drugs in it, or an actual over-the-counter medication for kids, maybe, or adults even.
I don't know, but spooning red liquid in their mouth, is it some kind of nutrient drink? Like you can't have food,
like
here's
electrolyte?
Vitamins or something? I don't know. It doesn't give any other details on it, but it's interesting. That is super interesting. Now, they were able to get an approval on the search warrant to look for anything that could withhold the children, okay? And what they were able to find is tape and rope in Jodi's house, multiple large gauze that had cayenne pepper and honey on them used, additional tape and saran wrap. So I don't know what the saran wrap's being used for. Is it being used for wound covering? Is it being used to restrain legs?
Right.
What is it being used for? They were searching for a journal. So Jodi's journal, probably to get some kind of insight into her psyche and see what's going on. Plus, maybe there's past admissions of crimes and guilt and things like that. That's a good one to look for. The bowl containing red liquid with a metal spoon that she made them drink. two specific super absorbent dressings that were in a bathroom, brown and white rope. I'm assuming the brown and white rope is going to be like your rock climbing rope, you know, that nylon, finely braided rope. Mm-hmm. 2 handcuffs and 3 carabiners. 2 handcuffs. I sure hope that they're for Jodi and Ruby.
I mean, clearly not.
There's just no statements of them being used on a kid. And I'm not even joking. I hope they were using them together. Handcuffs are super uncomfortable. Really an awful thing to do to anybody, and especially children. And then a 12-year-old child that goes to their neighbor and says, oh no, it's my fault. Oh, and so you know what? You know how someone asked the question on live stream that they thought that it was only the 12-year-old boy? In the police report, it says that they found the sister in the same kind of circumstances.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. So I was just... it's important to clarify because clearly due to our live stream, people think that it was just the 12-year-old boy.
I did clarify in the live stream, so...
Yeah, but
yes, it was... He said that... I wonder if they were kept in separate parts of the house, because he seemed to think she was fine. At least what he said during the 911 call. But no, she was found in the same condition as him. Tied up, malnutritioned, like she was getting the same treatment. Yeah. And so I think all that stuff is really eye-opening, you guys, because any of this right here, it are specific things that they're looking for that they got approved for in the search warrant from a first-hand account and statement from the 12-year-old boy. So this, if anything, paints a picture of what was going on. If I had to detail this, and this is so awful, but if I had to detail this, I'm assuming the boy is tied to the ground for who knows how many days, literally on the ground of the house, okay, in a super uncomfortable position, keeping food from him, and that is the red drink and spoon. Clearly, I think that she's probably feeding it to him. And actually, I think that's what it says, if I'm remembering correct. They're trying to treat the wounds while continue keeping him tied up. And he got free of that. God, that's so awful. It is.
That's so awful. I can't imagine being in that. And then that 12-year-old boy goes to the neighbor and says it's his fault.
I know. It's so sad.
So I want to name this content creator. Have you ever heard of Markey or Callum Markey?
I think so.
A British content creator that has been on the Ruby Franke stuff for a long time. So he has been doing videos around Ruby Franke and super smart, super witty, super on top of it, and great content. So if you guys want to see a rundown of content of 8 Passengers, I might be clipping some things in here in this video too. I would suggest checking him out.
Yeah, no, he's great. I like him. I've watched him before.
Now, what else has happened since we talked the last time? The attorney interviews. Have you watched those?
I mean, Kevin's attorney, yeah.
Yep. So I have some questions with them. So I watched it in detail since then. And one thing he says is, do you remember the reporter asking him, so Kevin hasn't had any contact with his kids at all this whole time? And the attorney responds, well, almost none at all. Well, yeah, none at all.
Red flag.
Red flag. Absolutely red flag.
Almost none. Well, none at all.
That makes me feel like he's talking about a specific circumstance. So how much did he know? You know what I mean?
Yep.
So they separated because they had a difference of opinion in parenting.
I did know that.
Yes.
I did pay attention to that statement because I thought, A difference of opinion in parenting. And this is when Jodi's there and she's giving all her lovely advice on their relationship and parenting.
I don't even think it has to do with Jodi. Leave Jodi out of the equation. This is more focused on Kevin's guilt. So, Kevin's claiming he didn't know anything was going on, okay? But the reason why they split up was there was a difference in opinion in parenting, okay? So Kevin takes off, Ruby takes off, they go their separate ways. So, and people are trying to say, and the attorney's trying to say Kevin's not guilty. But if you have such a big difference of opinion in parenting style that you guys split up, you're not going to go out of your way to check on your kids?
Well, Ruby made him block the kids' numbers.
I get it. But that alone makes me feel like that's guilt.
Well, see...
Not in doing the crime, but at least guilty in having some kind of knowledge that there was something wrong.
Yes, that's what I was going to say, is I feel like for them to go their separate ways because of differences in parenting makes me think he was disagreeing with something that was going on, and that means he knew something wrong was happening.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And then, but I don't know why you would do what he did in that situation then.
But that makes me go back and doubt what the attorney said, that Kevin had no contact.
Yeah, so he's just going to leave for 13 months, block his kids' numbers, and, like, just go live his life, hoping Ruby's going to call him one day and say, okay, you can come home now, we can work it out.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Did you feel like in that interview that the attorney was being super careful not to put Ruby down? Because I did.
Yeah.
I feel like Kevin's, like...
He did say that
standpoint is that he wants to be back with her.
I think he does too. But
dude, that makes me feel like he's guilty.
I mean, why hasn't he come out and publicly defamed her and said, I'm getting a divorce?
I don't think he needs to do all that.
Okay, then why didn't he at least say, I want a divorce? Why hasn't he filed for divorce?
Yeah. And here's my other question, too, because I agree with you. If I were him, I would absolutely be filing for divorce, okay? I think that whatever kind of weird codependent bond he has with Ruby is going to do him in. He's going to end up getting in trouble for it. They aren't going to let this go, dude. You're too far. Come on, man. And the fact that we can see proven abuse from the past history before Jodi.
Yes.
Provable abuse. Whether he did it or not, he was complicit because he was there, okay? And I think that difference in parenting proves enough. I think that proves enough. The fact that Ruby calls him the second she finds out something's up and tells him to get out here.
Makes you think he knew.
Makes you think he knew. Makes you think he knew. Right. Absolutely. You know that they put a college fund together for the oldest daughter, and as soon as she turned 18, they took all the money out of it?
What?
Yeah.
Who did? Kevin and Ruby?
Yep.
Why?
They haven't given any money to these kids. And it's all the kids' money. All of it. None of it is Ruby's.
Well, I wouldn't say none of it. She ran the channel.
Absolutely, I say none of it.
Only because of the abuse.
That's not why. I think the kids are the reason why they were able to have a kids' channel.
Well, yeah, clearly.
So, should she get paid an annual salary because she was making the videos around the kids' lives? Yeah, but let's be real here. The star of the show was the kids. In my opinion. So here's another thing. So another good example that if I was an attorney, right, if I was the state, I would use this and twist it against Kevin and Ruby. So we have Ruby who came in and said that their younger kid had been abusing other children for a while, okay? Kevin was part of that time. So why didn't it get brought up? From Kevin.
Right.
Why didn't it get brought up? He was a part of taking Christmas away, making one kid sit there while all the other kids got to open Christmas presents. He was a part of taking food away. He was a part of taking the bed away, taking a bedroom away, taking privacy away from a puberty-aged boy. And then the SA claims. Like, dude, he is guilty.
Yeah.
He is guilty.
I know.
And the reason why I wanted to talk specifically on like the search warrant with Jodi and the Ruby stuff and the Kevin stuff at the end is because I see a lot of people looking at this situation and demonizing Jodi while minimizing what Ruby and or Kevin did. And I think all of them are a major issue. There is a huge issue, and nothing is to blame. YouTube is not to blame. Kids' channels are not to blame. Nothing is to blame except these three adults are to blame. They are the reasons. Nothing else makes a sociopath. Nothing else makes three adults be willing to abuse children. Nothing.
Yeah, so early on in this, I felt like there wasn't enough light shown on Jodi and her track record. They were focusing all on Ruby completely and talking about how much of a monster she was. So I felt like it was important to shine light on Jodi. And the niece hadn't even come out yet. Well, actually, I think she had. I just hadn't watched it yet. It literally just came out.
Yeah.
Her interview. And she hadn't even gone to mainstream media yet. It was just Mormon Stories podcast. So I felt like Jodi needed to have a light shown on her because I do feel like she manipulated the situation and broke up their marriage intentionally so she could gain control of Ruby and the family and do what she does. But I think Ruby is entirely complicit in an equal part in all of it. And I think Kevin was an equal part in the marriage with Ruby before Jodi and also during the beginning of Jodi before he got kicked to the curb.
Yeah.
I do think he was a part of it. I do think he knew about it, and I do not buy that he is this clueless man walking around his own home, not seeing his kids being starved and sleeping on the living room floor.
Yep.
Like, you have to be the most absent...
Taking Christmas away from one kid? Bro.
That is insanity. That is insanity. Like, okay, we, as parents... You are supposed to be a guider. You're supposed to be guidance, not this authoritarian controller. Like this it's like a fascist dictator is how they ran their home.
Yeah.
With capital punishment. Corporal punishment.
I agree.
Capital punishment being taking away Christmas or somebody's bedroom.
Yep.
Corporal punishment being push-ups and starving people.
Yeah. And interesting, so Jennifer, who is Kevin's brother's wife, came out and said, I don't think there is any excuse for what she did to those two children. I don't believe her kids were the abusers, she claims. I don't believe a word out of her mouth. I don't think her children ever molested anyone. Speaking out against essentially what Kevin's saying. Kevin's coming out and saying, Ruby was manipulated by Jodi. It's all Jodi's fault. I think there's a major issue there.
The lawyer said that he was manipulated by Ruby. That Ruby emotionally manipulated him. Yes, he said that word for word, that he was being manipulated by Ruby.
But the one I watched did not say that. The lawyer said, no. he was being manipulated by Ruby, and they were both being manipulated by Jodi. So the interviewer clarified, so you think it's all Jodi? And he says, yes, I think it was all Jodi. Everything. Okay. She is the monster. And they're putting everything on her.
So maybe Kevin's goal is to get Ruby out,
yes, and
get their family back together.
Yes. Here's a suggestion too, because I want to wrap it up here real quick. So there's a website that somebody made, JodiHildebrandt.com, and it is all the stuff that she's done, dude. Someone took time, put this together.
Probably Adam Steed.
Put her picture together. Jodi, Nan Hildebrandt, and Ruby Franke arrested. It gives the whole breakdown on everything.
Amazing.
Yeah, it is incredible. There's the audio on here. There's literally everything on here. So it is super awesome. License on probation. Jodi just recently agreed to end her license. So interesting stuff. But the most important thing is we want to know what you think about it, you guys. Share it in the comments below. Let us know how you feel about this situation, and we're gonna keep talking about it because this is gonna keep going, and we need to see Ruby convicted. We need to see Jodi convicted, and
unfortunately,
I'm curious.
Probably the father too.
I'm curious what we're going to see come of Kevin. So would love to know how you feel about it, though.
Yeah.
Let us know.
If you watch any news, you probably have seen the headlines about the Delphi case. And, you know, we covered when Richard Allen was arrested, and we were like, yay, you know, like finally a suspect. I mean, I wasn't involved in all the sleuthing and all the conspiracies and stuff involved in the, 5 years of this case. I really just became aware of it about a year ago. And then when we started the podcast, I decided to cover it once he was arrested, and I wanted to kind of go back and see, kind of the history of the case. Well, I have been convinced it was Richard this whole time. Mm-hmm. I mean, based off of the evidence that it seemed solid. Now, the defense filed a motion. They want the search warrant thrown out. They claim that the state withheld key information, basically lied.
Okay.
In their search warrant. And they are claiming that, and this is a part of the 8 things to know in the memorandum that was attached to that motion, and it claims members of a pagan Norse religion called Odinism hijacked by white nationalists ritualistically sacrificed Abby and Libby.
Yeah.
So
it's wild.
There's been a ton of stuff coming out and people talking about this. You have people saying, I don't buy it at all. This is BS. And then you have people saying, the lawyer, he's like, a lot of people are saying basically this is an internet conspiracy theory that has been circulating since very early in the case. And that is true. There were rumors about this very early in the case about the sticks on the bodies and the blood on the tree. So basically people are saying that the defense picked up this conspiracy theory and they ran with it, and it's nonsense. But then you have people like the lawyer saying, well, if that's true, how do they have this much evidence? Because there's a lot of evidence in this backing up what they're saying. And then a creator, Gray Hughes, was like, this is he basically insinuated this document is written high school drama, almost inappropriate, it's drama filled. I guess there is some contempt in here, okay? I guess there's some negative vibes, but honestly, if I was the defense, and this is part of the claims, if I was going in to see my client in jail and the guards are wearing these patches that say "In Odin we trust" and "I hate everyone" or whatever, pictures, and they are always in earshot of my client and seem like and my client is asking, "Is my wife okay?" Like, and making these, like, is fearful of their life of these guards, and these guards are sitting outside recording him, making sure he's positioned so they can see his lips through the window, and recording him with a camera. And I know all of this, and I see the lies in the affidavit, and I see the evidence for myself, and I have literal investigators, a retired investigator who gives me evidence that says he was working on this case and believed it was this from the beginning, that it was a ritualistic sacrifice, and that there's this evidence. I would probably be salty about it too if I felt like the prosecution was trying to hide it. Because that's essentially what they're saying. The prosecution did not, the investigators and the prosecution did not let the evidence lead.
I just have some issues with it still.
Have issues with it too. I'm not going to lie. I have looked into it pretty extensively. I have watched here. I want to shout out this channel because, you know, he had some kind of expert. I'm sorry, I can't even remember right now. It's Chris, the Mob Crew, and Steve from True Crime Web. He enhanced the blood splatter of the F that they're claiming was on the tree at the crime scene, okay? And he says you can see these satellites, because like the original's super blurry.
Yeah.
He enhanced it with an AI filter, Chris did, and you can see these satellites of the blood splatter, but these other ones he says you can see satellites too. I see less. I see some of them that look like splatter, and I see some of them that don't, which is weird. Like, they don't look like this.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I saw people suggesting it could be arterial spray from when their necks were cut, and there was also blood at the base of the tree. So there's this supposed F, and then there is also blood at the base.
Yeah.
Okay. I tried and tried, okay? So basically the allegations are that they were sacrificed and that some of their evidence, okay, that's been in the media a lot, which I would like to dig into this more on live stream, into the memorandum, because I've been reading it and highlighting things that I think are important. That the crime, this is the first time we're hearing about the crime scene like in an official document.
Yeah.
The police would not talk about the way they were found. They wouldn't say anything, which honestly makes me believe it a little bit more, because it's weird that they would never talk about it at all. They just talked about clothes being found in the river, so we knew that one of the victims at least was probably naked or both.
Yep.
So
the sticks are
naked.
interesting. Like, don't get me wrong. There's interesting parts to this. I'm not saying that it's some crazy, wild, just in outer space conspiracy type theory. I don't think that. But I think there are also elements that don't fit.
No, there are elements I think that don't fit.
Like they were white. And white skinheads and nationalists aren't going to sacrifice or end other white people.
No, so there's apparently what they're saying is that there's there's somebody in one of the girls' families that was race mixing. That's what they're saying.
That's a stretch.
It is a stretch. It is a stretch in my opinion,
because if you're a white nationalist, that is the most important thing to you, unfortunately. And you wouldn't end someone of your own race.
Yeah, but shout out to the Mob Crew for the blood splatter video. You guys did a really good job. It helped me understand it better. He even went through and like did different ways of like trying to recreate it. It was interesting. I enjoyed it. But also I have from Pat Brown, her YouTube channel. She showed the... Okay, so she received these, and these are supposed to be more accurate to, like, and they're not placed over the body, okay?
So which ones are true?
So these are the ones from Court TV. Court TV, okay, read the memorandum and had people in their office recreate what the document was describing.
Okay.
Now, these are supposedly from police. Like, somehow obtained from somebody who actually was there and saw it. I don't know. I don't understand. But
okay.
This is supposedly what they actually looked like. Is like this. And you also have the antlers on Abby, okay?
Yeah.
I don't get it. People are saying that Libby's arm being up's like a Heil Hitler, though. So I tried looking into runes and trying to figure out what the heck any of this meant. I can't find an asterisk rune. I did find one, but there's no meaning behind it because it's not a part of the current alphabet. So it doesn't make sense to me. This, I don't know what the heck that could be. These don't look like runes I can find online, and the ones that kind of sort of resemble it, like, you have to have some kind of secret knowledge, maybe, that maybe doesn't exist, okay? Just being real. Like, I don't know what kind of runes they're alleging these are. The F, yes. The F does mean something in Norse mythology. And here, where is it? So, the F, which, where is it? F. It's foe. It means cattle. Attracts wealth and the good things in life to the wearer, but includes a responsibility. Also represents the fulfillment of ambitions and love. And everything I find on this, I feel like are a little bit different. So, okay, wealth fulfillment in this one. I guess that's telling you when to use it. But these, I think this is 24 of the runes. Do you see one that looks like it?
No, not really.
There's no asterisk here. There's this, I guess, that looks like an X.
Unless there's two.
There's this that kind of looks like a Y, which I could kind of see.
A Z, yeah. Unless it's two letters, maybe? Like,
that's what I was thinking.
Added on top of each other?
That's what I was almost wondering. But then I found this, and this is on Wikipedia, so it might not mean anything, but it's called the Hegel rune, the asterisk. It doesn't give any specific feeling or meaning, really.
Yeah.
It says it's the 7 pseudo rune of Armin something of Guido von List, derived from the younger Fulken Hegel rune. What does that even mean?
I have no idea. I have no clue. But, so
what's the weight behind the branches being runes? Now, they're saying that they were cut with some kind of electrical saw because the ends are completely smooth, like they were cut by a tool.
Okay.
Weird.
That is strange. Okay. I'm more interested in the lawyer's statement saying that the prison guards have patches that say trust in Odin.
Yeah, I have
Is there
pictures.
any confirmation of that?
I have pictures of them. They're not on the police officers, but this is what they say it looks like. So, and the lawyers claim that they saw it and that they're for sale. Okay, so multiple occasions. Here are the patches worn by the guards. The images below of the patches worn by Sergeant Robinson and Jones were found on Etsy. These patches can be purchased off Etsy. And this is what they're claiming it looks like. In Odin we trust, with this flag and whatever this is. It says they also wore this.
I hate people?
Yep.
Okay.
So it says that the first time the defense team noticed Jones and Robinson wearing the patches was April 3rd on their DOC uniform. It also coincides with the time frame that Richards Allen's mental health began to decline quickly. And they were inseparable from Richard Allen at that time, is what they're saying. I can't make heads or tails of the runes, though, and I felt like if I could dig into it and really figure it out, like, what these runes could be and what they mean, like, I could figure it out. The only other thing I can think of is I did see somebody, okay, on a forum once that I talked to for just a second, asking them a question that said they were an Odinist and that they sacrificed bunnies in the woods and painted runes with the blood. Like, I literally saw that on a forum once on Reddit, like on a subreddit,
Yeah.
and I commented and asked them a question. I don't even remember what it was. And this is a total coincidence. It had nothing to do with this. This was literally like a long time ago, but I wondered if I could, like, find them and ask them a question about it. Like, do you know, like, what kind of runes these could be? Because they claim they come from multi-generations of people who practice this.
Interesting. Okay.
And that their grandfather and great-grandfather practiced this, and that they're, like, literally from whatever, Vikings and stuff.
So, just out of curiosity, why does this make Richard Allen innocent?
So,
how do we know he's not involved? Because if I'm being honest,
we don't.
His head is shaved and he has a big old beard, which, coming from California and being in the punk rock scene, that's kind of classic skinhead-ish look.
Right.
You know?
Right. So, like,
I'm not jumping to say that's what it is if you are bald with a goatee, but many of those white nationalists do have that look.
You're right. They do. And they are alleging another guy, okay, that was Libby's boyfriend's father, I believe. I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
I don't want to dive deep into this. A lot of people, like, the media doesn't even want to mention his name to the public.
Yeah.
I only know his name because I have the memorandum.
Yeah.
But I'm just not even going to dig into it. But pictures of him, okay, look so similar to Richard Allen to me.
Really?
He has a bald head and a beard. And he wears a similar hat to what was seen from Bridge Guy.
Really?
Similar, like, big boy build, okay, to where and he posted things online that are super sketchy. Like, mega sketchy.
Really?
Like, literally a picture showing bodies like the way Libby and Abby's were found that wasn't public information right after the murders.
No way.
Yeah. And he practices this Nordic religion stuff.
Okay, that's interesting. Did
Yeah.
the lawyer talk about that?
He didn't want to dig into it, and he also didn't want to dig into, like, the graphic details of the way the bodies were found. I'm not doing that in this video because we're already going to do a live on this, and I would rather hear from people directly if they actually want me to talk about it or not, because get this memorandum was posted and literally in the next day or so after was removed.
Really?
Yeah. And there's a ton of pictures attached to this, but the pictures of the actual crime scene are obviously, like, sealed and we can't see them. Sure. But they cite a bunch of photos and other things. But yeah, I was able to snag the memorandum real quick, but yeah, it was removed.
That's interesting.
But yeah, they're claiming that the search warrant for Allen's property should be thrown out and that the discharged bullet, there are no pictures of it at the crime scene. There are no pictures of them finding it at the crime scene. Like, there's literally no pictures or evidence of them ever finding that bullet and inspecting it, which is not normal. because there's pictures of everything else, and that the forensic evidence is shaky. When they decided, yeah, it's from his gun, like however they do that testing, that it was shaky and not really reliable.
Interesting. Weird. Very, very, very strange.
Yeah, so basically with the I mean, they're saying with the pictures, you know, you remember the things that were released? Gosh, right, the sketches.
Yep.
The suspect sketches that were released.
Yep. The two.
Yes. So there was the one released first, which was the older man.
Yeah.
Okay? And that's who everyone was looking for.
Yep.
Okay? And
With
then
the
2
hat.
years, yes, then 2 years later, another one was released, and it looks nothing like the first one.
Right.
It looks like a young man with like bushy hair and everything. And that's once the FBI they removed themselves from the case. The first guy had a written affidavit with it from the FBI and was their suspect.
No way.
The second one, the FBI was gone, and that was the one that like the local police were looking into. So basically the police were split. They were having issues with two theories and they couldn't agree. There were investigators, which they are named in this memorandum, that were like really believing that it was this. And once Richard Allen was arrested and they read the affidavit, were like, whoa. Like, we feel like the evidence for the ritualistic killing has way more weight and evidence behind it than Richard Allen. So they literally have been like talking to the defense. These investigators. One's retired in Georgia and they drove all the way down there. And he wrote a letter or something about it. So this comes from Jennifer Coffindaffer, so I don't... Okay, she can still be a source of some information. Like, not everything she says is wrong.
Yeah.
She claims there's 6 other cases involving Odinists that are, like, ritualistic killings.
Okay.
And one was a mass murder in Norway in 2011.
Okay.
And that... like FBI has been and will compare like this to those other cases that we know of.
I wonder if we can look it up. Did you write that down in the notes?
Yes.
So we can kind of
Yeah, I wanted to look it up.
check it out.
So there's also this Chris Todd guy who wrote a book about the case. He's an investigative producer. He was on Court TV. And this Coffindaffer and him were in the same episode. And he said he had a bombshell. And that is, remember the bridge guy video originally came out with no audio.
Yeah.
And then later the audio was added to it. Okay, after the fact. He believes the audio was spliced and that it's backwards. So he doesn't think it says guys down the hill. He thinks it says down the hill and then guys. And he said that is a different person. And he said, I can't tell you how I know that. People are going to be super mad at me for saying this at all. He said, but people need to know. And he believes it's 2 separate people involved in this case, that there are 2 killers. And he doesn't think it's Richard Allen. But he doesn't buy any of the ritual stuff. He thinks that's all like baloney. Which I thought was super interesting.
Yeah,
and he made it...
a whole nother theory.
It's a whole nother theory, and he clearly has connections to somebody who's telling him stuff. I don't know what it is. Weird. Oh, and the guard supposedly threatened Richard Allen to confess on the phone to his wife, or they were going to kill his wife and his family.
No way.
That's what the defense says.
What? Okay, my big issue is, why are they just coming out with this now?
Had to collect evidence.
And not before. Not when they had the admission and they came about it like, look, our defendant is crazy. He's eating paper. So, that what he said to his wife doesn't count. Why didn't they come out right then and be like, yo, he's being threatened, okay?
I think they had to build a case. Like, and they're not basing this off their own investigation. Do you realize that? Only the stuff with the guards. They're basing all of the ritualistic stuff off of those police officers, those investigators' findings.
So not FBI?
I don't know.
FBI.
I don't know about that.
So.
I don't think so. They name the police officers. Dude, this is a 136-page memorandum.
Yeah,
I'm not going to dig through it right now and find the names. But I want to read through it. I wanted to talk about it on the podcast because I feel like it's really insane. And I'm not sure exactly what to believe. I'm not sure that anybody knows what to believe.
No, I need to get a chart and start writing down my evidence and look at like statistics and theories and...
I know.
Because, geez, I thought for sure he was the guy, and then he admitted to his wife he was the guy, and like, man, look, open, shut, case done, like, that's it, and then all of a sudden... I don't think he had an attorney for a long time.
I don't remember, but this is a nugget, okay? This is something that we're going to follow up with. This is something that, because, there's also the people they allege are guilty, and I would like to get into at least one of those, because one of them really stands out to me a lot, and that's the guy I talked about with the Facebook post. And I will talk about it on live stream. I don't care if the mainstream media doesn't want to talk about it. It's in a memorandum that was released to the public. And this guy has been accused since almost the beginning. So it's not like this is new for him in his life. People were suspecting him. Internet sleuths were all over this case, accusing him of stuff. Because he was posting really weird stuff and taunting everybody. It's really weird.
Yeah.
But... So the defense attorneys say the falsified information was that the witnesses didn't match what appeared in the affidavit. A key witness described a vehicle that looked nothing like Allen's black Ford Focus. The same witness described a man who didn't resemble Allen. Her description involved a white male in his 20s with brown curly hair and a medium build, the subject of composite sketch number 2. So that's the problem, is that they used that witness for the affidavit, but didn't explain that is the second sketch that doesn't resemble Allen at all. Her testimony doesn't match it at all. Or her, whatever statement.
So it could have just been an eyewitness account of a different person from a different time of the day type situation. Might not have anything to do.
It might not have anything to do with it.
Related to.
But she claimed it was at this time. She claimed it was at the time of the murder. She saw this man, and they used her as a witness in the affidavit, but withheld the fact that her statement doesn't match.
That's interesting, to say the least. That's interesting.
Yeah, because they use her time frame.
Because it benefited them for that half of her argument, but not for the other half.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So Allen's timeline says he was from 12 p.m. to 1:30 p.m. at the bridge.
Okay.
The investigator said 1:30 to 4 p.m., meaning Allen wouldn't have left. So according to the witness, reported seeing a different vehicle, not his Ford Focus, parked outside the CPS building around 2:15. Totally omitted from the affidavit. There's a bunch of contradictory, possibly exculpatory evidence here, including a man in a tan-colored coat, not a blue jacket. Interesting.
It is.
And they just exclude all of it. They only give they give the bare minimum that's relevant to Allen, in their opinion, to line him up for this murder, and they omit everything else.
Yeah, it's super interesting, and it's going to take some brain power of mine to start figuring out a theory. I got to be able to connect some dots, chew on this, look at it, intuit it.
Yeah, I know. Me too. I'm not 100% sure what I think yet. Did you want to bring up the thing you found?
We just have I don't want to bring it up.
No, just mention it.
Yeah, we just have... So, when this first came out, we started doing some digging into the local area, okay? Because my first thought is, hey, they're saying that there's a gang here. They're saying that there's a cult here. Then in order for that to be true, there has to be evidence of a gang there. There has to be evidence of a cult there. So I believed that the number one most important thing to look for was evidence of this group of people being there. That would tell me if they're there or not, right off the rip, you know? And we found some pictures of some confirming locations and evidence that Odinism is there. And very serious, like including a lot of people. So, yeah.
That's all you're going to say?
That's it.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay, well, I guess we'll talk about it more later.
Yes.
But that concludes it. Come join the live stream. If you're here right now, joining the live stream in the future, thank you.
Yes, come check out the live stream
Let's
this
dig
Sunday
into this.
where we'll talk about it. And Monday, we'll be doing the Northwest Slasher. So
yeah, I really want to read through some of this and, you know, volley back and forth and see what we can come up with, you know?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
All right.
But that is it for the show tonight, everybody. I am super happy that you guys were all here with us. Mm-hmm. Based off estimates at time, it looks like this could be a longer episode, so we appreciate you for hanging out the entire time. My name is Brendan.
And I am Malia.
And we are Thought Riot Podcast, your favorite true crime and criminal culture talk show. And make sure you do all the podcast and show things for us. Hit that like, leave a comment, give us some feedback, share it with a friend, share it on your social media. We are going to get to a point one day where this is going to be more full-time. We're going to be able to have some cool guests on here, do some cool research, and go to some cool places to cover some of these crime stories for you, with you, and talk through them with you. So any engagement that you can give us helps out a ton. Follow us on all of our socials. This is the Discord invite link right here. Come hang out with us in Discord and meet us on the live stream.
Yeah, 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. Central Standard Time, Sunday, Monday, Wednesday, Thursday. And
yes.
Everybody have a great day or night wherever you are.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you all.
Bye.
Bye.